flee to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one. Last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call, for the glory and the fall. For the weak and the broken, for the lost and forsaken, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call, for the weak and the broken, for the lost and forsaken, let us never For the beat and the broken, for the lost and forsaken, let us never surrender. Now we rise unto the call. For the glory and the fall. As a from the
Hello everyone and welcome to Roll for Chaos. Tonight we are playing When the Sky Fell. It is a one-shot from my newly released expansion for the system, but also a very wonderful experience I'm sure we're going to have with some amazing people that I really enjoy spending time with, so that'll be helpful. I hear cats meowing. Hopefully that's not a problem. Tonight we will be going around this table, finding out who these individuals are, and of course, who are they playing tonight. So, there's 4 of you, and I've got a D4 here. So why don't we go ahead and find out who's going to start first. Here we go. It's going to be Shannon, you're up first.
It's me! I'm Shannon, Glitz Gamer. You see me around these parts often. I'm playing Pumpkin, who is a dissatisfied worker robot, longing for more than they have. whimsical kind of dreamer robot that's I think just trying to figure themselves out.
A robot on a journey of self-discovery. Absolutely. We'll move on from there over to Anna and Coral.
Hello, I'm Anna, also known as Sanctum Cosplay. Yep, that's what I'm known as. And I'm playing
How
Coral.
do you spell that?
It's phonetic. Just sound it out. I'm playing Coral, who is pretty calm, cool, collected, optimistic, willing to clean the water and share a sandwich. Hopefully not after the water's been clean. It's probably pretty gross. I promise I wash my hands.
Maybe you did even.
Maybe.
Maybe possibly. Wow. So we'll move on from there over to Aren and Nora. Your turn.
Hey, I'm Nora, aka Zetadine, aka Cosmic__Crush. That takes forever to say. Why did I put 2 of them in there? And tonight I'm playing Aram Bator, who is a cool, confident, tough orc, who is best friends with Coral, actually. Likes to take care of the neighborhood kids, and Coral was one of those kids, I guess, but then they grew up and now they work at the same place, and that's cool too.
Growing up. If you want to call young individuals they're working, growing up, sure. Just a little bit of a side note too. Aren Batar is cousin to another Batar that we know of.
Oh, then why the hell are they then on Rulo then?
Because they're trying to get their mother, who was arrested, taken out of jail.
Oh, okay, so
Actually,
it's the mom's fault.
Yeah, it's your mom's.
Break out her Aunt Avara from prison.
Yeah. Avara Batar was Mazhar Batar's mom. So Maz that Shannon was playing last season, or season before last in Dragons of Rulo. So we'll move on from there.
Only 2 seasons ago?
That was 2 seasons ago. That's insane. We'll move on from there to Barty, someone else who was in the Dragons of Rulo. Hey, who are you playing today?
Hi, everybody. I'm Barty Time, your internet ex-boyfriend, but don't worry, it was amicable. Today I'm going to pronounce it Luzin.
Yes.
Great, because there's an H there that makes me want to say Luzin, and I just like, So Luzin is very, very angry. He did something very, very violent to someone that he very, 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 very cared about, and now he's just going to take all of that rage out on the world, an unjust world that needs to be corrected by force.
Oh boy. Yeah. Luzin is a very new class too, so it'll be interesting to see how you play them. Of course, everything about this game is a little bit lighter than usual when it comes to the system, and each one of these characters is a little bit limited in what their base abilities are. So I'm curious to see how far they go, where they dip into things like chaos and whatnot.
If there's something to punch, let me punch it.
Chaos will work a little different in this game. There is a win state, a lose state, that kind of thing that might happen. And the other things will spiral potentially out of control. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, so each and every one of you now is going to be jumping into this game. So let's get started, shall we? Just so we're all aware, Pumpkin, Coral, and Aren all work at a water processing plant within a location of the Undercity in the world of Avalon, in the city of Albion, which is just basically like a giant city stacked on top of a city, stacked on top of a city, stacked on top of a city. Think, Final Fantasy meets the Undercity from League of Legends. If you ever watched either one of those things or witnessed any of them, that's kind of like what this world is like in this area. And each and every one of them is just cog in the machine at the moment, I suppose. So for each one of you, you live not too far away from this plant. Luzin, you live on the streets in an area it's section 390, but everybody calls it Megara, which is an elven word that means downtrodden or the stepped upon or the underfoot.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So the day begins like many others. breakfast, a mad dash to make sure you're ready and you haven't forgotten anything necessary to do your job. And then the morning meet and planning at the plant. As you all arrive in the morning, other than Pumpkin, who lives at the plant, inside of a very tiny closet, I might add, we'll describe these scenes as you all kind of come to, and we'll move on to Luzin when it's necessary to do so. So, Coral and Aren, the two of you are walking side by side at the moment up these kind of dirty and obviously slightly decrepit streets. You can see the buildings as they pass near you. Some of them are cracked, some of them are rebuilt and have structures that are reinforced by old wood, metal scrap, piping, rivets, and that kind of thing. And as we see the two of you walking towards the water processing plant, there is a large ladder section. There's stairwells that lead up and up and up, and this plant is actually held above the city on massive pipes and attached to a giant column that helps support the roof above this area, above Area 390. Many of these supports exist all throughout the underground. As you look around, you can see, instead of sky, giant pillars that are kind of just standing there with the rest of the cities kind of wrapped around them. So as you are walking up the stairs, these continuous, endless ones nearly, heading your way to work, you see other individuals kind of trudging along, carrying their backpacks and their satchels and their lunches and things like that. What does it look like as the two of you are walking along? Introduce us to your characters.
Coral has too much stuff for Coral to carry. We're talking, Tinker's box, and then on precariously topped, stacked on top of that is definitely like a lunch box, and then in the other hand is like cleaning supplies that's already spilling out everywhere. But always just right on the balance of everything isn't falling out, but it's it would give any normal person great concern to watch just the precariousness of all of her stuff.
I mean, balancing on your shell, but not quite balancing it. It just kind of
Exactly.
wobbles around.
It's just every once in a while, it would be a pop just to bounce it back a little bit before it falls off.
All right, so we see Coral kind of walking up these stairs, and some of their supplies just kind of tumble to the ground and whatnot, and start picking it back up, or using your tail on occasion to flick things back on the pile, or bumping your hip so your shell smacks it up. It's a precarious thing. It's a dance that makes anybody around you continuously nervous, but for some reason, most of the time, you don't drop stuff everywhere. But this time, there was a container of basically this world's version of Ajax that just kind of hits the ground and tumbles a little bit. And Coral can't reach it. What do you do?
Oh, hey, don't worry about it. I got it. And Aren just stuffs her egg McMuffin in her mouth and hops down the stairs and lunges for the thing and is like, yeah, cool.
As you leap over the side, kind of dashing down the 10 feet drop to grab this item, and then move through the streets with grace, and kind of a brutish grace, you bump into someone who's got their hood down, who's got their arms in their pockets, that's just walking down the street. Luzin, someone bumps into you callously, not paying attention. What do you do?
Grab them by the scruff of their collar and bring down or up. How tall is this person?
I'm going to say this person's actually taller than you. Female orcs are very tall, even when they're young. She's 6 feet tall, and you're 4'9", 5 foot, right in between there.
Yeah, so there's a yanking motion. Either she comes to me or I go to her. As I just growl, it's why don't you watch where you're going, idiot?
Aren,
hey,
you've
loser.
seen this strange individual in the streets at times. People kind of keep a fair distance from them. They're kind of known as the Monster of Megara. They're this weird mutated individual that kind of stalks the streets and lives off of the blood of the homeless, according to the stories.
Oh, hey, Luzin. Sorry. Hey, I was just getting this for Coral. Are you heading to the plant?
Luzin, you don't work there. You're actually heading towards the casino.
And I just shove this person away from me. I'm I don't know who the fuck Coral is, but why don't you watch where you're going before you get hurt?
Dude, no need to be so rough. I get
Maybe
it.
you shouldn't have been rough first.
You did
I
bump
was
into
just-
him.
Maybe we should both take a step away from each other and breathe through this conflict.
Look, I was just getting something for my friend, so I'm gonna leave, and you can be your edgelord self. All you want.
Shoves his hands in his pockets and he's like, yeah, you better fucking run. And just starts walking away to the casino.
Luzin like turns and starts walking down the street. The steady drip, drip, drip of the water that's coming down from up above, like making little splashy puddles as you walk down these cobbled roads. Crack and grime follows his footsteps as we end up seeing ourselves up over Luzin's shoulder. We see the city kind of laid out before us, individuals making back alley deals, the occasional individual getting pummeled down and knocked to the street, to the floor below. Lots of individuals in states of poverty and mostly maltreatment by the individuals with wealth. You know, same as every world everywhere, probably.
Mhm.
And as Luzin like turns a corner and reaches into his pocket, you can feel like a wad of silver, a bunch of silver and bars inside of your pocket that you're planning on delivering to somebody you owe a lot of money to, in order to keep some more information, like passing hands. You're looking for the person that killed your brother. You think you can get it from some information, at least from some of the gangs in the area. So one of the local casinos you're planning on heading over to. And as you're walking, that bulging jingling in the pocket seems to be drawing the attention of some individuals nearby. As you turn an alley corner and you start heading towards the Black Shell casino, you see like 4 men step into lockstep behind you and start following you down this same alleyway.
The moment that I notice, I just stop and I throw over my shoulder. So, do we want to do this the easy way or the hard way? Because I don't mind eating your faces off today.
We see that little aggressive statement, and over Luzin's shoulder as he looks, you notice his eyes begin to flash red and his face begin to like malform slightly into a snarl and his teeth growing sharp. And the scene fades. We move over to a really, really tiny containment unit. It's got a bunch of little scribbles and probably drawings and things on the inside. Pumpkin, what does the inside of your containment unit look like where you recharge for the evening?
There's a inside the containment unit, there's like drawings of a little apartment, you know, there's like a desk and there's like a little window with the sun drawn on it, you know, it looks like a kindergartner drew it. And then there's like you know, a TV or whatever, a clicky box, you know, with its little bunny ears, just all crudely drawn with like, you know, some cute character waving on it or whatever like that. And on the floor, there's like a drawing of a bed. And then like right next to it, it's like just a little drawing. I'm assuming this is probably like a foot by a foot.
Yeah, it's like you can put your elbows out and that's just for all the room you've got.
Little things are in there, and there's like a little table, like Bruno style, where it's set for like 2 people. And there's like a little, you know, like plate, forks, and drawn on there. Yeah.
As you're standing in there, your internal clock kind of ticks over, and you see 8 a.m. time to work, like pop up on your HUD.
So, gonna grab from the small hook on there my paper hat, like a little,
Yeah.
you know, like a little bowler hat, like a little man going to work hat, and then like a really beat up old lunchbox that has like like a wrapper in it that was found, you know, like
Sticking out of it.
yeah. So, you know, to do the whole bringing my lunch back to work thing and put my little hat on, grab my lunchy box, and open the door to start my commute to work.
So you door goes. You step out and you're at your office because right next to you
And-
are the containing wells you're supposed to be cleaning.
And then
And
I turn
servicing.
around, like literally like step out and then hang my hat up on another hook, like right next to it, and then put my little lunchbox down on a little stool that's right there, and then just go to my station.
As you start walking toward your station, you see Aaron and Coral walking side by side carrying their equipment. Aaron now has like 4 items in their arms as they're like walking around. How do you react to Pumpkin as you see Pumpkin come out of the dock and then turn and go walking over towards their station?
Hello, Pumpkin. How are
Hey,
you?
Pumpkin. Good to see you.
Hi! Did you see anything amazing on your way to work today?
I don't know
Describe
about
it in
amazing.
detail.
Saw the local pointy kid.
Pointy kid.
Pointy.
I do
Pointy.
not believe that's his name. I think his name is Luzin.
Pointy losing.
Yeah, I mean you're right, but like his personality is pointy, and his hair is pointy, and his face
Like
is
sharp
pointy.
wit. Sharp, witty.
So
Are
one of
you-
the-
He's
like,
he's kind of just plain.
As you're all
You
talking,
know those spikes that they have on benches to keep people from sleeping on them? That kind of pointy.
as you're
Those
talking,
are
you're
bad.
interrupted as one of the senior workers that's nearby, like elbows Nora in the side, and you see Danelle Weatherwillow standing there, and she looks over. You go, just a dwarf, that woman. She goes, "Don't talk to them. They'll get messed up in the head, and then they won't work appropriately.
Pumpkin's a great worker.
For now,
just-
until you
just say
reprogram
hi.
it through through your words, through talk, you're gonna confuse it, and then
Well,
it's not
but
gonna
that's-
do.
Pumpkin,
I
are you
don't-
confused?
I am now.
See, I told you.
Well, that's because the supervisor wasn't letting us socialize like regular workers. As long as we do that, Pumpkin's great.
Just
I don't
move
think I
along,
can
move
be
along.
programmed by-
You,
oh,
Pumpkin. Station 386 happens to have some loose bolts. Can you go reinforce those for us, please?
Oh, that's boring. Can I do something else?
You broke Pumpkin. Look, you broke Pumpkin. Now they don't want to work. And that's
No,
exactly what I said
Station-
was going to happen. We're going to have Pumpkin reprogrammed.
No,
Station
Pumpkin's
3
right.
is really gross.
I can clean it.
Coral,
You need me to clean
if
it?
it's really messy, we want to make sure Pumpkin doesn't have too much fluid get into the internal parts. I'm sure that's bad for machinery.
No,
Will you
I'm not
just
leaking
go clean
fluid.
that up, please?
It wasn't my fluid.
I wasn't saying it was. I mean, but she needs to make sure that you don't get into the fluid. Just do your jobs. And the lady like turns and huffs
Can I
off.
go outside today?
No, nobody's allowed outside ever. We live in Megara. And she just like walks away.
Well, you know what I mean.
So you're still standing there. Coral, you've been told by a superior to go clean up the station that Pumpkin's going to be working at the moment.
Oh,
Aaron, you still have to report to Addie to talk to her about the day.
Oh, go find boss. Hey, boss, what needs lifting?
So as you have walked further along, Addie calls you into your work uniform. Not out of the ordinary, but not something done that often. And Addie turns to you and says, all right. I need you to gather up everybody, if you would, Aaron. Go out there, get everybody that is nearby. I'll give an image of Addie, by the way. I don't think I've done that yet. 1 second.
Images.
Come on, me. Do the thing. So you see your boss, Addie. She happens to have been working here a great deal of time, has some serious damage to her body, a bunch of debts, you're sure, and somehow always seems to be working even when it's off hours. So Addie then turns to Aaron. All right, I need you to go out and gather everyone together, please. We have a team meeting, an all teams meeting this afternoon. Everybody needs to be there, okay?
Yeah. What time? Like,
In about 15 minutes.
oh shit. Yeah. Okay, I got this.
You
Alright.
said this afternoon. It's only 8 a.m.
Uh,
It is 8:42 and 36 seconds. That is
When-
well before noon.
Look, it's just we have to do it right away. I don't know my numbers.
That's cool. That's why I asked.
Yeah. Soon. Very, very soon. Just get everyone, please.
Cool. I got this. Aaron goes running off.
All right. So Aaron rushes around and begins to gather everyone together. Luzin, we come back to your scene. Did you murder these guys or just injure them?
So about the murder, didn't you? What happened?
Were any of them disrespectful
I mean,
in the beating?
No. Once you started to show that you were capable and the rumors they heard about you were possibly true, 2 of them started running away.
I would have told those 2 to stop, and I'd have broke the other 2's legs and told them to carry these 2 to a hospital.
So we see like the other individuals that have been following trying to lay the smackdown on Luzin, like picking them up and just like scuttling away. One of them looks over his shoulder and goes, "Man, you're not normal."
All you had to do is not say nothing. No. There's more important things than killing a bunch of jumped up pricks. So he's gonna just spit in their general direction and head to the casino.
All right. So you continue heading over to the Black Shell Casino. When you arrive, you find yourself kind of in this den filled with smoke, filled with individuals in suits and ties, all of them wearing strong uniforms except for the proprietors wearing uniforms that are very edgy. So they've got like pointed shoulder pads, they've got like pointed knees, they've got these very starchy looking suits. Whoever made this has no fashion sense or thinks futuristic is a fashion sense. I don't know. Something like that.
Porcupine.
Yeah,
was
porcupine. That's the fashion sense. And as you are
Porcupine couture.
as you're stepping inside, you know that the Black Shell Casino is where most of this cartel reside. There's an individual by the name of Gardy Blackshell, Gardy Blackshell, the Silver Shield Dwarf ex-noble. And he is the one that's in charge. So when you first step inside, you've got cash on hand. You've been working through some lackeys. You could ask for the boss, or you could just pass some messages along and see what you can get. But you haven't been making a lot of headway yet. So one of the individuals, the intermediaries, named Vander, who comes up and talks to you, stands there and just says, "All right, Lucen, did you get it? You get something? Are you worth our time?"
I got money. I want to
Good.
talk to Gertie.
To Gardy. It doesn't work quite like that. I mean, you've got to understand, being from the streets and all, getting an audience with the big man himself is going to require a little more effort on your ends here. I've got an idea for you, though, something that would make him incredibly happy. If you want to figure out what that is, let me know. Otherwise, we'll be taking this payment, and we'll give you, I don't know, another individual that'll go out and do a little bit of scouring of the streets. Give me a brains roll, please.
Sure. First roll of the night.
Whoop whoop.
There we go.
With a 15, nice. With a 15, you believe that he is basically just playing you when it comes to not doing extras. But he also is someone that might be able to get you an in with Gardy if you play ball. So you feel like whatever he's going to offer you probably isn't worth the effort, but will be your best bet at getting some insider information. You've tried working all the other avenues. The peacekeepers won't deal with you because you're a scrub, and they don't trust any of the scum that lives on the streets. None of the nobility care, and outside offers, going through mercenaries or investigators or what have you is all way too expensive.
What is the material that is the bar made out of?
The bar, the actual bar inside the casino.
I'm assuming I'm talking to the bartender, or who am I talking?
Yeah,
Where...
you're talking to the bartender in there. So I'll actually give you a map image so you can see where you're at.
Perfect.
Just a moment. So you are on this map, and you are losing. Where are you losing? So you're there, and that should include in party vision. Everybody should be able to see that now. And then Vander is right in front of you. There we are.
Great. So the material that the bar is made out of, is it just wood? Is it like lacquered?
It's wood from the external appearance, which is rather expensive. Rather expensive when you import that into here, because most everything is kind of recycled parts. So you're sure that it's just a faux covering with bits of scrap and metal and iron and stone underneath.
Okay. I would just like to use inherent chaos to like modify my nails into like claws. That'd be competent enough to like start like making a dent in this wood.
So this will be a tough instead of a magical. That switches the roll to 2. So over on the right side of that, you'll see there's a 2 there. Just double click that. We'll see how successful you are. With a 16, yes, just suddenly your nails become claws. You dig into the bar, creating a large scratch.
And I just kind of like, I start working my hand and these scratch marks over to what I am assuming Vander is leaning against the bar towards his hand. As I just say, I understand that you are just yanking my chain at this point, Vander. But I am trying to be very patient and very nice, so here's the deal. You will give me your little fuck off assignment, and I will do your little fuck off assignment, and then you are going to get me to talk to someone who will get me the information that I need. And I put my hand on top of his hand. Or I'm going to follow you home. And I'm first going to eat whoever is in that home in front of you before I eat you from the toes up.
Give me a strong roll. Let's see how intimidating you are.
Oh, God.
All right. So you are intimidating to those around. You see other patrons of the casino kind of moving away, someone looking at you wide-eyed and whatnot. But Vander has seen a lot of shit and doesn't seem scared of you. He looks at you and just goes, well, good. I'm glad to see that we are on the same terms. So your assignment is this. There is a small fuckwit gang called the Alleyway Gators. Spelled A-L-L-Y. It's Alleyway, you idiots. That happen to be encroaching upon our territory, and they've been requiring some protection money from individuals that we ourselves are making sure are okay, if you understand what I mean. So I want you to go show them a thing or two, get rid of them, or at least teach them a lesson that they won't forget, and then make sure they know it's from us. As soon as you've done that, I will speak with the boss.
Where can I find them?
Where can't you? Look out in District 4 and the alleys in 6 and 7. They usually hang out around there.
Do you happen to know the person in charge that I should speak to?
Person in charge. I don't have any real individuals in charge. These guys are all just numbnuts. One goes by Skiv. I think that's the guy that seems to be leading the group.
Lets go of his hand, and just puts his hand back into his pockets, tosses the silver at Vander, and heads on out.
And go and walk out of the room. You see that as you were engaged in this, that almost imperceptibly, all the guards had kind of moved into a position where they were significantly closer than you remember seeing them as you turn around and you're surrounded. And then they just kind of move aside and let you walk out.
He just kind of like says, like under his breath, "Oh man, I really would have loved a party."
And moving out beyond the casino, we move back to the processing plant. So we see everybody gathered around. Aaron has let everybody know, and I'm assuming Coral and Pumpkin probably helped, although nobody listens to Pumpkin, so that's, an unfortunate event. You find yourselves all sitting around the office that Addie works out of. There's a large courtyard there. There's benches around. Think, high school or even middle school, like cafeteria style, but they're in this stone platform just outside the main buildings. The sound of pumps in the distance, this omnipresent air of humidity and kind of chemicals mixed in with fetid water smell that always wafts over. Everybody has kind of lost their sense of smell, as a matter of fact, so eating things, whatever, when you're surrounded by it. So as you're all standing there, Addie's standing up at the front and just kind of waves out to everyone and looks a little bit awkward because Addie's not the most eloquent individual in the world. And she goes, all right. So you're all here. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Today marks a unique event, as the matron of the Altus Water Processing Plant 10A will be here later to review the current status of the plant. You see a bunch of other individuals kind of looking around, like Madame LaRoche is going to be here today. The boss, the owner, she's going to be here. You see a bunch of eyes that start to widen up a little bit and get a little panicky. She's not well known for taking kindly to pretty much anybody, and people have disappeared or just been fired on the spot for upsetting her. She's going to be making sure everything's going smoothly, and each one of you are to be on your best behavior, okay? As Addie's standing there, You see, she looks a little bit stern and starts rotating her shoulder cuff for a mechanical arm, something that you all know that she only does when she's in extreme stress, pain, or anxiety. And she looks at everybody waiting and goes, "Okay, well, that's it. So, get to work. What are you waiting for? Permission? Go along now." So, we see each one of you, like, in the aftermath of that revelation. What happens? Pumpkin just shrugs at the news. How do you feel about this, Aren and Coral?
I mean, I probably want to go make sure things are as clean as I can in the amount of time that I have.
You have no idea how long it was because Addie forgot to tell you when.
So we start cleaning now, and we just keep cleaning until she shows up.
So, Aren, you see Coral get up and just run off really fast.
Just realized I was muted. Yeah, cool. This place is a dump though, Addie. You know they never give us enough stuff.
That's not the point. The point is to do the best with what we have and make everyone important happy.
You hear just out from far-ish away, Coral going, "I'm trying my best!"
Yeah, okay, cool.
Alright, if you grab a hold of Pumpkin and head on over to 15A, there is a retro pipe that needs to be fully refitted. We have the parts for it over there. She points to like a pile of mechanical parts that are mechanical and plumbing-based parts that seem to be like riveted together and cracked in some places and things like that. But if the two of you will go over there, I'm sure that you're strong enough to hold that up while Pumpkin rivets it in place.
Yeah.
I find this job riveting. Ah, ha.
Is something wrong with
I like
Pumpkin?
you, Pumpkin's
No.
learning how to make jokes. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, you're not supposed to learn things. You're supposed to do what you already know. That's a problem if the automatons all start to break. This has happened before.
I'm not broken. Running system diagnostic. Nope, I'm fine.
Well, if your system diagnostic says it's okay, and she like reaches down and lights a cigarette, guess it's fine. Then she like turns, like starts squeezing her hat and walking over. You see her sweating profusely as she walks into her station.
Hey, we got this.
Yeah. High five. High five. High five.
Ding! Nice solid high five. You haven't been high fived that hard since you left Rulo, Aren.
Nice. You got a nice arm. I like you.
Pumpkin's like like little steam is coming out of places. Is just like very excited that someone actually high fived them.
That's adorable.
That was my first high five.
Really? Well, that's wild. Man, they really keep you cooped up here. And Aren's already picking up parts. You tell me what you need. I'll just lift and
Oh no,
bob and I think the universe shifted slightly sideways just
I felt
now.
that too. Mm-hmm. Oh,
Oh,
Feels
okay,
like
it's
it's
back in
back.
alignment.
yeah.
Oh, good. We're
I think I need that pipe. I need some resin and the gun with the you know the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah, I got you.
All right.
And Aren just picks up the things.
So Aren just starts stacking these things up on her shoulders as she goes to walk. Pumpkin, you look over, and for a fleshy individual, that's kind of impressive.
You can lift a lot for the size of your body mass.
Thanks.
So walking down the pathway and heading over that, over towards where you're going to start doing your work, we happen to see Coral, like over near one of the holding pools, holding tanks, and standing at the edge of it, you realize that there is a huge amount of debris that is kind of stuck to the walls of this tank that is not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be starting to be filtered through the bottom, where there's a drain with a large vacuum style pull kind of happening there. The flow is going down through the bottom. And as you're there, you see someone like frantically scraping as fast as they can off to the side, as you see fish like inside of there, currently just trying to very rapidly clean as well. And you see them underwater. They kind of pop their head up for a breath of air and see you to the side. Oh, hi Coral. Can you help?
I can help with my stead.
The tank is really sticky today. You see them just like goop off of their hair.
Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna take out my stick. I'm gonna start poking the goo on the side and just trying to squish it into the vacuum.
Give me either an agile or a brains roll of your choices, depending on how you're trying to do this.
Smartly, and that's bad.
That's a critical failure.
I critically failed the goo check. I think I'm gonna need my ace later, so I'm gonna critically fail the goo check.
All right, so 2 complications of your choice. The first one is you lose your stick and it spins into the grate and gets caught in the flow and makes everything clump up, and then the water starts rising. That's the first one. The second one is the stick goes down, breaks the clump, and suddenly fish is pulled into it and gets stuck.
I do not want fish to get stuck, so I guess we're gonna make everything flood.
All right. There's an ace from Temporal Mechanic given to Anna.
Let's go. Oh, it was almost on a nat 20.
All right, with a 16, that's significantly better. This time, you kind of jam with the stick, and you see it starting to slip out of your hand, and then you bite it with your teeth or with your beak, whatever you want to call it. And then suddenly just swirl it around a little bit, and you start breaking some of this stuff up. Fish like turns back. Hey, thanks, Coral. Thanks for the help. How have you been? How's your family? Yeah, that good, huh? Oh, I appreciate that about you. You always have such a positive attitude. We're good. We're good. I'm doing all right as well, although, I'm getting real tired of eating moss. That's the only thing I have. I can only afford that.
Spit out the stick into my hand.
And you see fish just underneath the muck again, proceed to start scraping once more. And we move from there over to Aren and Pumpkin. So you're standing at the edge of this rather large cliff. The side of this station is very, very close to the edge, and you can see this rickety kind of like metal lattice work that kind of shudders and moves under your every footstep that you're making. Sways a little bit, some of the wind whistling up off of this as you can see the rest of the city, probably 30, 40 feet below you. And the major support column nearby has a bunch of bracings attached to it that are kind of loose on their bolts, and there happens to be a large pipe that runs upward into the city that is currently turned off because there's a huge section of it, an elbow joint, missing. This is what you are replacing. So walking out onto this platform, RN, every single step just swings around back and forth. Pumpkin, you time your steps to the swaying to make sure it doesn't fall as well. So what are the two of you doing? What does this look like right now?
Pumpkin is very scared and nervous. I'm not like scared crying there, but like the tentative cartoon nervous. Like, oh, this is like, I imagine being on the ocean, or which I've read about, where you're swaying back and forth, and then underneath you is nothing or indefinite something, and that makes me nervous. I don't like that. I kind of don't like this. Are we gonna die?
Nah,
Can I
we're
die?
good. We're good.
Do I live? Am I alive? What are we doing?
You're definitely alive. Like, you're the most alive automaton I've ever seen. So don't even worry about that.
If
But, like,
sincerity
it's
can
not
be
that
on
far.
there, sincere appreciation can show on a metal face, like eyes well cheapy style, like.
You hear like the bolts squeaking as Pumpkin forces their eyes to their maximum openness.
That's so nice.
Aww.
Hugs
you're
your
so
leg.
Cute. Pat, pat, pat.
Pink, pink, pink. You see like a little section of Pumpkin's exoskeleton kind of fall off, tink, 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 onto the.
Oh no.
I got it.
You can see like
Alright,
wires and stuff
perfectly.
sticking out at weird angles now from
That's
that little
over.
section that fell.
That's so embarrassing.
Yeah, that's okay. I got some quick glue in my pocket, and Aaron just like pulls out a tube of something, just like squeezes it on. It's like, here you go.
Your senses recognize it as some sort of chemical agent mixed with biological contaminants, Pumpkin. You have no idea what it is, though. It can't identify it. Aaron, this is something from Rulo.
Thank you.
The plate then
Yeah.
sticks
Pumpkin
on.
decides not to ask what it is, like as a conscious decision.
And with the two of you standing there now on this precarious position, we see the two of you starting to work on. Oh no, Barty got disconnected.
I thought he was just sad.
He's just sad. Hopefully he comes back
His
soon.
internet is sad.
Yeah, sad internet.
Dang internets. That's his second disconnect.
there he
so.
is.
There he's back. Yay!
Whoop,
Good.
there
I was
he
worried
is.
for a second. So the two of you standing there now have all these supplies. You've put them down so you could fix Pumpkin's little missing plate. And then who holds and who rivets?
Well, obviously I'm holding because I'm the big strong one.
All right, so give me a strong roll as Pumpkin climbs up your back to reach where these rivets are going to be up above the pipe.
I'm a small robot, right? Like I'm not
Yeah,
so
you're
dense.
like 3 feet tall.
I'm not that small.
That is a 14.
That's
Good
hobbit
roll.
size.
All right, so you kind of climb up Aaron a little bit, and kind of wobbling back and forth. See like the ground sway and have that distance effect that you get from some movies or shows where they're
don't
like,
look down. Just
oh.
focus on the rivets.
When you
got
say
this.
don't look down, it makes me want to look down.
Oh God. I'm sorry. just look at.
I don't
look
know
at-
why.
No, it just messes with your head, right? You say the thing and you say not to do it. It's like don't think of pink.
Oh my god, I got a pink.
Well, I was gonna say an animal, right?
Oh, a pink animal?
GM, what's
Ah,
the Rulo
ah,
equivalent of elephants?
Of elephants?
Oh.
Duandong would probably be the closest thing to that, or it's like a
Yeah, don't
mixture
think of-
elephant cow. But Pumpkin's never seen anything outside of this facility, so
Don't think of pink duodongs.
I'm not sure if we're supposed to talk about those in the workplace.
Oh no, that's an animal. Yeah, I
Oh.
can see how that sounds like. Yeah.
so rivet or give me a brains roll for riveting there, Pumpkin.
They're called pink duandongs from now on. I don't.
What did you want me to roll?
Brains roll, please.
The reins. Oh,
Not here.
a 16.
You put all these pieces together and you believe the pipe's in order. Now you just need to go tell them to turn it on. So
I think the pipe is in order.
everything looks
Can
like
I continue riding on your back?
Yeah, that's fine.
We.
You start riding back towards the rest of the facility, and as you're going, you happen to have another individual nearby. Let's call him Todd for the heck of it. Todd is there, and he goes, "What are you doing with that automaton
Oh, we were fixing something.
on top of your head?"
Well, it was up high, so I was helping Pumpkin reach, like you do.
Yeah.
Maximum height.
I guess that
It's
usually
what
we
I was
have.
talking about, right? Synergy.
Yeah, but we have
Making them look
ladders
like you
for
know?
that. I mean, that seems like a really expensive way to use automaton. I mean, were you scammed? Was there? I mean, did someone come
No.
through and be like, you can't reach a high place, and you try to reach, and it's like this? I can't reach the high place. And instead, you needed this thing, and look, it's the automaton
God.
stretchy arms 5,000.
My arms do not stretch.
You give extra distance when you reach.
No, I
'em.
mean there's a finite. It doesn't stretch. Also, I think it is important that I am getting a different perspective on the world from up here. Whereas normally I am down here, I am up and now seeing things from a different view.
Whoa.
Right?
That must be like a guru bot. Because I haven't thought about just changing my perspective by changing my position. Do you know
Yeah.
any place where I could get some stilts?
Oh.
Not here.
Perhaps you could modify some of the brooms in the broom closet.
No, we need those.
We don't
Oh.
have any of those.
We don't have brooms.
I mean, they used them in containing pool 3 and they dissolved.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know what you could do instead of getting taller, because you are tall, you could try getting smaller and walk on your knees.
John, comes down to his knees, kind of looks around. Starting to feel what it's like to be a kid again.
I was always this height. Well, not this height. Normally that height.
So we
Yeah,
see the
sorry,
two
I'm
of
gonna
you
hit.
move from that point. They turn on the valve. Suddenly, water starts moving through this pipe that you both have set up, sending all of the crystal clear water that crystal clear. I mean, it's not perfect. Water that this facility happens to send upward to the mid city and the upper tiers, where they can get their clean drinking water. And we see some of it dripping out of sections of the piping nearby. As you're walking, suddenly Pumpkin has a little bit just onto their forehead panel, and then it causes their vision to get all blurry. It starts dripping down onto your vest, RN.
the eyeballs.
Yeah.
I would
You
like
leaking?
little windshield wipers. I do not think I am. I do not think I am leaking.
Well, it must be the pipes then. Oh,
Is
should we
that from
fix
where
this
we
one
fixed
too?
You do see some more pipe up a little bit further that happens to have a leaky seal. You might have to climb up it to get there.
Could you toss me? Maybe I could be tossed.
You don't know if you want to be thrown out into the void above this facility where you might fall all the way to the ground.
On second thought, it is quite high.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I could try to climb it. How sturdy does this pipe seem?
It is about 6 feet around in total, so it's a very large pipe. You could grab the sections that are riveted together and hold on to those and climb them. It is kind of a rough metal, mostly brass and copper. They don't tend to use iron in this city because of old rules and laws. Anyway, and there is some sections that you might be able to grab onto. Some of the bolt casings are about this big, so
The height is the same for you as it is for me. Why would you climb out there? And you are so squishy. Squishes.
Well, I'm not afraid of falling.
Huh?
I'm not afraid of falling.
Regardless of your perception or opinion on the falling, the end result would be the same. Squish.
I'd be fine. Don't worry about it. Well, I mean, the answer to that is just not fall, right?
That is true.
Okay, cool. So, how far up is this?
How far up? Well, in the position that you're at, most of this facility is between 35 and 50 feet high off the ground.
Yeah, I could probably survive that.
Calculating. Just calculates for a while. You probably should go about your business.
But, if I climb up there and, we get you on a horizontal part, you think you'd be okay?
I will. Yes. Pity.
I don't
So,
see a cat.
so what's your
I
plan
must be
here? Alright?
hallucinating.
Arin's gonna try and climb the pipe with
Alright.
Pumpkin on her back.
Just
Give me a
shimmy.
strong roll, Aaron, as you and Pumpkin begin climbing this pipe.
I will help if I can.
The 14, not bad. Give me a brains roll as you start to shout out orders to Aaron on occasion as you're climbing.
Me?
Yes, Pumpkin.
Oh.
To assist.
Okay.
Whew, 21. So Pumpkin
helpful.
sometimes is telling you where to put your hands, and if you follow the instructions, it seems a lot easier to climb than you originally thought it might be.
The surface of this is 80% smoother than this surface. Grab here.
Wow, you're real smart.
So we see
Oh,
the two of
geez.
them climbing up on pipes higher and higher above the station, while everybody else is down below. Some of them are looking up, and then they just continue at work. Just another day here at the Altus water processing
I'm
plant.
sure everyone has seen Arin doing some stupid stuff.
Absolutely. So, walking through the cool morning air, as we change scenes again, the streets of Megara. Again, Megara is colloquially what District 390 is referred to. Every single one of these sections of this massive city that contains millions upon hundreds of millions of individuals living within it kind of have this segregation occurring, unfortunately. The blue aether lights nearby speak to the entertainment industry. The smell of machinery oil, excrement, waste, and chemicals are the backdrop to the stale air from the Undercity, pumped in from the edges of Albion and from the tiny cracks and openings in the mid-city and above. The pathways and streets slick with an ever-present moisture dripping from the ancient pipes, become a breeding ground for filth and illness. If it weren't for the good-natured folk at the Band of Aid medical encampments found all over the Undercity, the illnesses here would inevitably destabilize the entire district, or maybe even all of Albion eventually. Luzin, at this moment we see you walking down the city streets. It's been a little bit of time. You're kind of looking for these thugs in every way that you can, but at this point in time, you've had to stop. Your gut is rumbling. You are struggling with it. You're out of cash because you've had to try to pay off that greasy, cartel member. And we see you digging through a trash to find something to eat for breakfast. And as you're like kind of tossing some things out of the way, you find a hastily tossed wrapped sandwich, likely trash due to lack of time to finish lunch more so than for the quality of the food. While it has a couple of brown spots on it that are distasteful, you kind of pick those aside and you start digging in. As you're standing there walking with this sandwich in hand, looking through some of these back alley streets, your shoes squelch into something wet, a large pile of mossy gross that seems to sink into the leather of your footwear so fast you can feel it curl around your toes. You shake your feet a bit in frustration. And what do we see you doing right now?
I think that... Yeah, because he's that kind of person, his shoes and his jacket are the most important part of his attire. They're both somewhat leather.
Somewhat leather.
Some kind of leather, anyway.
And so, just really trying to shake whatever disgusting mess, has overtaken his aesthetic.
Okay.
But probably not paying too much attention to his surroundings because this is way more important.
All right. So kind of looking at that, you shake it off, kind of scrape at your shoes somewhat, and then your ears, your heightened senses, pick up the noise of a scuff, of a couple of footsteps coming from directions around you. And you begin to see individuals kind of crowding into the alleyway, smacking fists on little billy clubs, on baseball bats and whatnot, as they move around you. Someone standing there goes, look at you. I hear you've been asking around questions on where the alligators might be. Did you disconnect again in the same
I think
pose
he's
just
just
about?
thinking really hard.
Did you not hear me?
No, you happen to have disconnected just
So
in
funny.
that split moment.
He says, aren't you the alleyway gators?
Shut up! Yeah, shut up! And the lady behind you was like, now, no need to be rude.
Points at the lady. Skiv,
Yes, who are you?
I'm a messenger.
You look more like a dreg. And the other two nearby just kind of, yeah, got him, Skip!
How short are those two?
One of them is 5'2", the other one's like 4'5".
He just turns around. He's like, "Hey, shorties, I'm a little peckish still."
You see
So if
one
you
of them
don't-
like move forward. Shorty, what do you say? Go here! And he starts like holding back the other one who's like angrily moving towards you.
Turns to the ladies like, "If you don't want your Tweedle-A and Tweedle bitch to get devoured, I would suggest keeping them in line."
I don't think so. You work for Black Shell, don't you?
I do not work for anyone. I, however, have a message from Black Shell.
We got a message in return. We don't want to be pushed around. These city streets are ours. We're going to take them back from those pieces of trash that just moved in and decided Megara was theirs.
I really do not give any numbers of significant shits about what you think is yours. I want some information about a killer. So if you can provide me that, I'll leave you the fuck alone. If you can't provide me that, I will put my foot so far up all three of your asses, you'll be tasting my toes for dinner.
I think that's a threat. Did that sound like a threat? I think that sounded like a threat. That was a threat, boss! Alright. I guess we're gonna have to do this the hard way, and then when we send you back in a bag, maybe the black shell will get their idea. I see her pull out a knife that just flips. And give me an initiative roll, please.
I would love to. I could figure out where initiative is on the sheet.
Oh, is it? It's at the top right.
There we go. In it.
In it. There you go. And
In
you got a 15. And one. There we go.
That's pretty,
Alright.
pretty good, isn't it?
So the one that had been held back suddenly is let loose and rushes forward, swinging at you with a bat. Woof, through the air. Give me a defense roll, and we'll see how it goes. You got a 21. Your opponent gets a 15, 14. So you succeeded so well that you can counterattack right now. What do? He swings that bat in. What does it look like when you stop it?
Yeah, I think it's a situation of like grabbing it with his least dominant hand, which is his right, and slowly draws his bat with his left, and it is not a smile, it is not a grimace. The best way you could describe it is like what a gator would make if it could ever like make a smile. Just too much
Alligator
teeth.
Smile.
As he just swings in with that bat.
Whoosh! Give me your attack roll, please.
Uh-huh.
So with the bat, you have +2 accuracy. The attack roll is going to be your agile. So just use agile. Add 2.
Yep. Whoa!
Ooh, that's
That
bad.
sucks.
That's bad.
Do I want to spend the ace now?
I mean,
It's a reaction. It's fine.
all right. So, woof, and you see him just kind of move backwards. He lets go of his bat to avoid getting hit and steps away from you. As it is now your turn. So, but one big swing. You've got a bat in either hand now.
Double fisting. You know what? Those two clearly serve her, so she's the one to knock around. So we're just gonna move over to her
You just turn, spinning around, and come at her.
and just one lovely swing from the fences.
Whoosh! Give me your attack roll.
Uh,
That's 11.
13.
13. Yes. With a 13, you've tied, but she is not Nemesis. So you do strike. Give me a damage roll.
Wonderful.
Woof. And
Woof.
ooh, poor swing. So 1 damage is minimum. So in this case, she just goes. You see like a bruise appear on her face on the side of her. She kind of steps away, shaken a little bit, and then she stabs at you with the knife. Oh, and you're gonna regret that.
Mm.
Whew, she gets a 20.
Ouch.
Give me a defense roll. Make sure you have reset your defense modifier. That doesn't
Oh,
go
you're right.
when it's your turn. That goes down to 0. So that would have still been way too low. So you're gonna get
Yeah.
smacked. So this
Yeah.
pops you right alongside your right arm and does 2 wounds to you. So this thing hits you really hard, so hard, and she stabs you really hard, in fact, that you now have a gashed arm.
Okay.
So that's how that looks. And then you take 2 wounds. Boom. Your armor can actually take a hit for you, but if it does, it'll be tattered and you'll have to fix it before you can get the armor defense again.
Yep. I'll wait for this moment.
All right. So now you have a bleeding, gashed arm there. And the last one moves forward to swing at you. Coming up from behind, he swings his little nightclub. Give me a defense roll.
Wow. Today is
You're
just
rolling
not the day.
bad. Oh no. You were doing so good before. Now suddenly. Womp. Someone hits you over the back really hard. Let's see how that goes. And you take 2 more wounds.
Great.
Thump. This one hits you in the back, so this is just no additional wound. Just 2 more happen
Great.
to you. Ooh, you're starting to get hurt. It is now your turn once more.
Isn't the other guy's turn? Because
Oh yes, your turn goes after it. Sorry. So yeah, he rushes forward and now he punches at you because he doesn't have his bat. You're still holding.
Yes.
Give me a defense roll. Oh my god.
Woof. Okay.
All right. Well, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
He strikes you and thumps you down with his fist in the side. You can now either continue fighting and risk your life, or you can succumb to whatever they choose to do to you here.
Or there's one other option.
It is your turn, so give me your choice here.
He's taken a lot of pain, and at this point, like, on one knee, bleeding profusely from multiple places, breathing really hard, just like, it's not a voice. It's too, bestial for that, but it is just a growl that's just, like, in the back of his head, and he's so done with people just, like, taking him to the Tropic of Fuckabout, that he's just, like, that growl comes from the back of his head out of his mouth, and I will spend the full action to unleash the beast.
It only takes one action to do that, so
Oh,
it's
great.
standard. All right, so Lucian unleashes the beast, and it becomes a raging monster suddenly. Give us your best howl. I don't know.
Okay.
Peaking mics. We gotta love those. All right. Thank you for the go. So you have one action remaining. You can't move. I mean, you could move, or you can just attack. Your choice.
Great. So I have 20 extra HP, yes?
Not with this form, but you do have in the light version, but you have regained your health.
Great. Perfect. I think I'm just gonna claw her. She's
Okay.
gonna be clawed.
Give me your attack roll again. This time, add an extra 2 to the attack.
Uh-huh.
Actually, I think it's already calculated in your Beast Unleashed attack roll. So ability use roll is there.
Nope, that's the damage roll.
Yeah, give me the ability use roll. It's good you didn't roll that one on your damage. If you succeeded. So let's see if you win this time.
Oh, nope. Strong. There we go. Huh. Why am I able to roll this? Oh, there we go. Ability use roll. Ha-ha.
Yeah, it's on the right side. Sorry about that. All right. So you have. Are your wounds still
plus.
showing negatives? They should not be. If that's the case, it should have just been +4, but it didn't seem to actually add that. So it is +4.
17.
Which would put you at 17, and you're going to hit. So go ahead and give me a damage roll.
Great.
Big claw strike comes out. Boom! Big hit. Do you kill her, or do you just maim her and knock her unconscious?
No, kill her. Fuck this bitch.
All right. The claw comes out and just shears through her chest. She falls to the ground. And the two soldiers nearby, the two soldiers thugs. Boss, no! One of them decides to stay and fight, while the one that doesn't have a weapon turns and starts running away. Come get the fuck out of here! No, you starts running off. The last one like swings at your back with that sap that he's got again.
Great.
He gets a. You gotta hit again.
Well, I got a 7 because I don't know why I have a -4 still.
It's because you haven't reset your mod on your turn again. You need to make sure you do that. So every time you click defense, do you see the thing demod to the right of defense?
Yeah.
Keeps
No,
going
because
up.
that one was gone. I think the wounds are still being tracked.
They are not. That was
Okay.
on there. I just removed it right after your
Gotcha.
roll. So,
Cool.
all right. So you got a 7 to his. You actually are able to move aside. Not a huge success, but you did move aside. You've got an ace from Temp, by the way.
Oh, thanks. You're the best. Put that right there.
All right. Go ahead and give me an attack roll again, or it's your turn rather. So you turn around and
Yeah.
attack this guy, I'm assuming.
I'm just gonna. I'm hungry. Let's see. What is happening?
Your dice rolls suck tonight. You got him though. You still got him. Go ahead and give me an attack damage roll, and we'll see what happens. That is enough. Do you maim or do you kill?
Devour.
All right. So you like slash him across the stomach, and as your claws rip in, you just and we just see the camera just go to your face as the bite comes in, and there's a loud crunch noise, and then the scene fades. We find ourselves back at the plant. Coral, unfortunately, no matter how you have tried, you're covered in gross in filth, and it's like all over your shell. It's hanging from your draped clothing that you wear, everything, and you've got your bags, and you're walking back towards the main grounds to have lunch. You can see
I would like
Pumpkin.
hop to make sure I get the dirt and gross in as little places as possible, because I just so like jumping to like one dirty area or that's already hasn't been cleaned yet, and then to the next because I already cleaned, and I don't want to make more work for other people.
All right. So you're kind of like hopping and trying to be very careful about this. And as you're getting closer to the tables, you can see Aren covered in kind of like grease on the front side of the body and like debris from holding onto these massive pipes and climbing up and down them for a while. And Pumpkin on her shoulders, just sitting there. So as you all meet for lunch, what does it look like when you come to sit down at the table?
Hey, Aren picks up Pumpkin's lunchbox, even though she knows it's empty. And her own, like just wrapped like Scotch egg, but make it rouleau. And just plops down next to Coral with Pumpkin still on her shoulders, just passes the lunchbox up, and is like, "Can we have a bestie threesome?"
I do not think that word means what you think it means.
I mean, like a trio, like a gang.
That's the better word choice, yes.
What was wrong? What did the other word mean?
As something inappropriate for individuals of our age.
Oh. Well,
like doo-dog.
the pink doo-dong?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's
Pumpkin
wrong with the pink dog? I don't think that's inappropriate.
Well, like we were talking about, don't think of pink doo-dogs, right? Because like
Sure, and then you automatically think of a pink dog. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then Pumpkin thought that it sounded like
Crunch,
a body
crunch.
part.
Swallow.
Gotcha.
Lunch is delicious.
So you're seeing like Pumpkin jam the wrapper against their faceplate and then pull it back. And...
Barty, did you
Aw,
get
that's
your ace from Temporal Mechanic? You did? Okay, good.
Just haven't used it.
So,
Just
So-
bank it.
another one that's definitely also there too. You know,
What's Coral's lunch look like?
plant. I don't know.
It's a plant.
Probably a lot of like it's not like good like when you think of like healthy vegans, because we're all poor as dirt. So I probably like picked up like random plants that were growing, like city garden, but also
Alley
probably
lettuce.
weeds.
Like alley lettuce.
Yeah, ooh, alley lettuce, my favorite.
You open it up and you see like some dandelion tufts that are slightly decayed and like some weird green and brown looking leaf edges, some of which might be toxic. You don't know. You don't know what Coral's able to take when it comes to that kind of what the tolerance is.
She's turtle.
It's canon. I can eat poison. Ty said it.
I heard
it. So, as you were all sitting there down for lunch at this moment, you see a few brightly uniformed individuals leading the Lady Lorok through the facility. She's kind of stepping lightly and sneering everywhere.
She's here already.
Disgust.
I did not clean enough for her liking, but I did my best.
Should we
As
talk about our threesome?
as
Yeah,
she, as she walks
Nah,
by,
she's not cool enough.
Okay.
you see her and the others just, staring straight ahead and looking directly at Addie's office. And as she walks over to it, the guards that came with her just kind of stand and like look at each other. And then anybody that gets anywhere nearby, they kind of point weapons at, like back the fuck off. As you were sitting there eating, you're finding yourselves a bit curious about what this meeting could be about, because you could count on one hand the amount of times House Lorok has even checked on the facility, or indeed any of District 390. And the fact that the lady of the house is here herself, that it's a thing. So what do all you do right now?
Like, I'm curious as Shannon to know, is that like a stroke or a muscular issue with her face, or is that an expression in that art?
That is a constant thing that she has happening, so take it with it as you will.
You should ask her, Pumpkin.
Okay. Let's start walking.
Pumpkin starts
No,
walking
no,
towards
no,
the
no,
office.
No, if you're trying to be sneaky, don't, Pumpkin.
What?
Be sneaky. Just listen. Don't ask anything yet.
That's fair. Maybe you should just listen into what is being said.
Turning down volume to 30%. Is this sneaky?
You're like Pumpkin's audio volume decrease for voice. So are you sneaking up as close as you can get, Pumpkin?
Yes.
Give me an agile roll to be sneaky.
Go, Pumpkin, go!
I don't think you guys should be encouraging me.
Don't draw attention. That defeats the entire point of being
I'm
sneaky.
sorry.
Yep, you're not being super sneaky. Let's see if the guards notice you.
It's like the motion of being sneaky, but the sound of a metal robot.
So as you're like squeaking your way up towards them, you see the two of them kind of turn and look at you. Automaton, you're not authorized to be here right now.
This is where I work.
Override work routine end work routine.
Okay.
Did you leave?
Huh?
You just turn and walk away.
They just totally freed me. I'm like Dobby with a sock.
So Pumpkin turns with the knowledge that they no longer have to work. Where does Pumpkin go?
Hold on.
Pumpkin!
Just like walk off.
I'm free.
Oh shit!
Uh,
We're gonna follow her, Coral.
Master gave Dobby clothes. Dobby, you're free.
So I would say because of that misspeak on the behalf of someone who technically is authorized to give you that, being one of the someone that's higher leadership than Addie.
Right. Even used override code.
You no longer have to live in your house, so you can travel as you will through the rest of the one shot.
we can
Yay.
say, should we go follow Pumpkin?
Yeah.
Pumpkin!
Actually,
Pumpkin!
Pumpkin like goes away and then comes back real quick and then stops and says, "I can do whatever I want. I want to hang out with you."
She comes and sits back at the table. Pumpkin, give me an aware roll to see if your audio sensors picked up anything as you got close to the building. Oh, 14, not bad.
It's not bad for me.
So you hear when you were getting close, all you heard was like muffled voices, a frustrated sound, a little bit of irritation come from within. You can tell that Addie was trying her best and is not doing very well at keeping from being upset. And that's all you're able to get with that roll. And then as that occurs, and then you're standing there, sitting there rather, together, you see the door open up, and Mr. Slurok steps outside and goes, "Oh, and dear Addie, tell your mother hello from me. Hopefully she's doing well. Come along now." She gestures to her entourage, and she very quickly starts marching away.
I heard grumpy noises.
Aaron just goes up to Addie and is like, "Is that a threat? Do you need me to go punch her?"
Addie looks at you, and you can see that there's a bit of something in her eyes. Give me an aware roll to see if you can determine what it is.
I will 100% punch that woman. I don't care if it sends me to jail.
Pumpkin's behind Orange, just like
Shadow box.
8. You
Yeah.
miss it, unfortunately. Whatever it was is a shadow of a fleeting glance and is gone. Addie just kind of turns, stern-faced again, picks up another cigarette and lights it, and turns to you. Get back to work.
All right. I'm just saying.
Just mind your own business.
Can I have one of those?
No.
I want to try. Please?
You don't have lungs.
That's probably better. You just look really cool, and I'm looking for a new aesthetic now that I'm free, and I was thinking maybe...
Now that you're what?
Huh?
Now that you're what?
Want a cigarette?
If it'll make you go back to work faster, fine. She just reaches
I
down
don't
and
have to
hands
go
you
to
one.
work anymore. Thank you.
Smacking it against your face.
Nothing like children asking you for a cigarette because they want a new aesthetic and you look cool.
All right. Anyways, so she does like look over. Does anybody start moving back towards work or not?
Well, Pumpkin doesn't have to anymore.
I don't have any more work, but I'm hanging out with my friends.
I feel like Coral would, but Coral would go clean by the front where the lady is leaving.
So heroes are heading in that direction.
Yeah, Aaron's following Coral.
All right. So then Pumpkin's obviously
Pumpkin.
following you. With all of you leading, you see Addie kind of sit there and just kind of shake her head, kind of blow off a bunch of smoke, and then turn like stomp it out angrily and go inside of the office and slam the door.
Pumpkin, is it assumed that the grumpy noise you heard might have been her?
From inside, I think it was the lady. Was it her or the lady with the face?
It was her. The lady with the face didn't sound angry. She just sounded kind of...
Yeah, it was Addie. I don't know how to. I don't have a mouth.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna work for you.
Aaron, can I have a little drop of that glue?
Yeah,
Can you just put it on the end of this, please?
yeah.
Thank you. Do I look cool?
No, it's not working for you.
No. I appreciate honesty.
Nice.
Just toss
Oh,
it to the
shit.
side.
Aaron grabs it because it's
Lit.
about to land in something flammable.
It's okay. It wasn't even lit. She tried.
She was just faking it. So you like rush over and grab it, cleaning up from some of the mess that might have occurred otherwise. And we see all of you kind of moving back into positions to work for a while. We see the sun start to fade out a little bit, and we see Luzin walking down the streets again, and the lights of the casino kind of creating this neon kind of color to the streets themselves, which always have a little bit of this off-green kind of like late evening tint from the lighting up above that never quite works right. So as you're walking down the city streets and you hear the sound of water kind of pitter-pattering from the rooftops as the evening's flushes have all happened and are starting to go back into the plant to start refilling it to go back up to the surface. Luzin, what's going through your mind? What does it look like on your face as you get closer to the Black Shell Casino?
Bedraggled, tired, like the ghost trails of tears, but he's cried himself out a long time ago, so he can't do that anymore. As just like he's not proud when the monster comes out. It is a harrowing experience physically, mentally, and spiritually. So he's just kind of like a kicked puppy at this point.
That makes sense. So, as you are moving into the casino, and you can see the individuals there again, Vander, like cleaning up for the evening, getting ready for the rush for the late night for the addicted to come out of their hidey holes, trying to find fortune in a spinning machine and a deck of cards, and in back alley deals. He looks over to you as you walk inside, covered a little bit in gore. I mean, I'm sure you cleaned up a little bit, but
Oh no.
Just walk straight in, full on murder face, moving right up to the counter.
Just like blood still on the corners of his mouth. Like it is very clear he ate someone.
So standing there, he looks at you and he goes, "Good job, kid. Here, I think you could use one of these." And he's like moves a snifter across the bar that very obviously has whiskey in it.
I think without looking up, he just looks at the cup and just like takes it in both of his hands like it's supposed to warm him and drinks it just agonizingly slowly.
It burns a little bit as the bone shards of the individual you ate had dug into your gums. And as the warming liquid pools down below, he says, "So those ally gators gonna be any problem anymore?"
He sets the empty glass down and just kind of like slowly, just like against the table, against the top, skids it over to him and just says, "Give is in pieces on the ground, and I ate one of her lieutenants.
I'm gonna say that's no. Then they'll taken care of. Appreciate it. So, all right then. As soon as my shift's up, I'll go and tell the boss what you're looking for, and we'll get back to you. All right?
He like grabs Xander's hand. Vander. He grabs Vander's
Vander.
hand. Xander.
Vander with
Vander?
a V.
Vander. Yes. Just like Arcane. Anyways, grabs Vander's hand, but not in like a threatening way. It's just like he needs to touch another human being in a way that isn't violent.
At that grasp, by the way, that's the first time you see Vander actually uncomfortable.
And he can't look at Vander, but he just like squeezes his hand, and his is very much just shaking, as he just says, "Please do," and then lets it go very, very slowly.
Yeah. Here, look. You look like somebody who's been through a lot. So, drinks on me. He puts the bottle on the bar next to you, wipes his hands up, and cleans up a little bit, then turns and walks into the back while another bartender walks over from the side to continue working for the rest of the crowd.
He's gonna move to the end of the bar, where people go when they have made many, many bad choices. And I don't know, like he's just gonna like look out over the crowd, and if anyone is looking for human companionship, he's just gonna start like eyeing them down really hard.
Okay. Starts looking.
Well, human companionship.
human
I was
companionship.
gonna make a comment. I said not to.
So, as the evening rises, and while you're looking for human companionship, the only thing that you seem to find are the eyes of the desperate. The eyes of those that have decided long ago to give up anything for a little taste of something. Whether that be chemical agents or just the monetary gain that could be given by selling oneself in one way or another. Those individuals are the ones that seem to see your gaze and come over to visit as the scene fades, as a few individuals, almost like harpies about to pounce upon a prey, kind of stand around Luzin as he's drinking. And we then move back to the...
Desperation.
Oh, desperation! We move back to the water processing plant. So, excited to hear the quitting bell ring as you get closer to that, everyone. Your mind is currently considering your evening meal more than the work you're supposed to focus on. As you reach to put away your tools, Coral, one of them kind of slips again. Your hands are still covered in some of that sticky substance, and it's getting hard because you have those big hands to like grab things appropriately. It bangs against the side of a copper pipe nearby. And as it like bounces, it like slides over towards the edge of the facility, starting to go towards the drop off. But it is a very important wrench. As a matter of fact, it fits like 30% of the items in this area that need to be used, need to have a wrench to be fixed. So, Aaron, Coral, and Pumpkin, you all see that thing start sliding over. It's like a 4/15 Allen wrench.
Nobody breathe.
I'd like to grab it. Can I try to
All
grab
right,
it?
give me an agile roll as you chase it down to try to grab it before it goes off the edge.
I want to be helpful.
Okay, so that is that
Whew.
one of the shaky
22.
ledges?
Yes, it is.
Can Aaron like stomp on the near end to get the far end to flip up?
Give me a strong roll.
I can flip and Pumpkin can grab it out of the air and it could be really badass.
That's right.
12. All right. So this is how this is going to happen. Pumpkin's got a very good roll to get the item before it goes over the edge. Aaron stomps. And as you stomp, the edge of the platform shudders. And as Pumpkin runs across and slides over, grabbing a hold of this item near the edge of the platform, it suddenly looses from its moors and begins sliding away from the facility.
I am falling.
Pumpkin!
Aaron grabs Pumpkin in one hand.
Now,
and-
Pumpkin's a little ways ahead of you now.
Okay.
About 15 feet in front of you.
Okay, never mind. Okay, I want to try and dig in, like find a spot for my feet to dig in on the platform and then just like stretch and try and grab the building.
Okay. Give me a agile roll as you try to get as quickly as you can. Coral, is there anything you're doing?
I will offer my stick in assistance. If Aaron needs a little bit of a longer reach, you can use my stick.
So Coral just like points a stick out at you.
Can I offer you my stick in these trying times?
All right, Aren, you rush forward, you leap down, you grab a hold of the edge of the platform, and you like hold on to it as it starts pulling away, and you get it to stop. Just in time for Pumpkin to kind of lean out way over the edge, holding on for dear life. Your hand comes up and you grab a hold of the stick. Coral like reaches out towards you at the same time. You've got the wrench in one hand, you've got the stick you're holding onto in the other, while Aren holds the platform. And from your position, you're looking up, and because looking down is scarier, and you notice above you, on the support pillar, a crack, a rather large one, that seems to have bits of dust starting to fall down from it. That pillar supports shell 1, which would potentially cause some serious problems if it were to break. Now, it's a relatively minor crack, but it is still something of concern.
Can pull myself in with the stick. Hey, so there's a crack, in the support beam that holds up the entire upper layer, a part of the city. Is that? I think it's problematic. Possibly. Here's your wrench.
You're muted. Anna.
Get it. Well, it's because someone is vroom-vrooming right outside of my window.
Stinking vroom vroomers. It's
I-
just ambiance. We're in a,
Yeah. But yes, that would be concerning. Can I look up? Can I see a crack?
Give me an
Point
aware roll and
crack.
see if you can see it after Pumpkin points it out. You kind of have to
I
lean
mean-
down because there's a shelf nearby. You have to look up and under. With a 15, though, yep, that's a crack.
That
Probably
doesn't
needs a patch relatively quickly to avoid continuous issues, but with what you know about the support structure of these columns, it might not be a problem for, another 10 or 15 years. But it should be fixed.
Should we go tell someone who is not us about the crack?
Addie, maybe?
Aren's currently flexing and trying to get the thing back.
You're
in
just like,
position.
it's too heavy for you to pull back with that roll that you had, but you are able to keep it still. If you let go, it's just gonna crash into the pillar.
Oh, into the pillar?
Yeah, because
Okay,
it's hanging out over the facility now.
We should probably help. Pumpkin, you
Yeah.
help?
Yeah.
Of my own volition.
Everybody roll strong, it's assisting. There's a 10, flat and even. There's a 2,
Oh, no.
absolutely no help from Pumpkin, apparently.
Your own volition isn't very strong, Pumpkin.
I'm new at this.
Pumpkin
I
moves
sound a
over
little goaty.
and grabs a hold of a section of what looks like the separating bit, and it just comes off in Pumpkin's hands.
Sorry.
So give me one more strong roll, Aren, or it's going to rip away from all of you.
The power of friendship. The power of friendship. That's
Nope.
The power
Nope.
of friendship.
Amazing
There's
that.
an ace. All right,
You can
No.
do it.
that's even worse.
Maybe not.
And you see Aren start pulling, and then suddenly there's a crack noise, and a section of the metal grating just breaks off, similar to what happened to Pumpkin, and it just starts.
Crawl
And as
over
it
me!
slips
Crawl over
away,
me!
like it's attached at the base, so it just kind of does one of these lean over, and then as it hits the pillar on the side, it just goes bang, and you see dust and little fragments of stone kind of fly off. But the crack up above seems fine, and
cool.
it didn't seem to do much. And then as you're looking at it, you see the crack go.
Oh.
Oopsie.
We should probably tell someone, but I feel bad because,
Us.
oh, What is that? I don't have a nose!
That's not fair.
Arin's not playing that game. She immediately goes over and like pulls the emergency alarm on the water platform.
The alarm starts going off, and then it goes.
I was supposed to fix that
God
this
damn.
afternoon.
Yeah, but you didn't have that job anymore.
Have to do
That's
that.
right.
That's a delegation problem, Pumpkin, because they didn't give your job to the next person. After.
I mean, obviously, I don't take any personal responsibility for that. They should have covered my shit.
So Addie comes running out of their office, kind of like sprinting across the way. Some other individuals that are like on their way away from work kind of turn and look back to see what's going on. So you notice a bunch of the individuals that don't have the time for this, that just keep going even when the alarm is going off and don't seem to care. Addie runs
Arin
over.
shouts at them, "Pay attention, fuckers!" and points up.
Aggressive.
Addie
Yeah.
comes running in your direction and goes, what is going on? Why would you? I mean, that
Look.
thing might break it.
Crack.
What?
Look!
Crack.
The
Oh.
structural integrity of the main column has been compromised.
Oh,
Crack.
goodness. Oh, Eternals. Yeah, somebody's.
No,
gonna
I
need to
don't think
hear
it was
about
Eternals.
this.
I think it was wear and
That's
tear
not-
and the fact that we hit it with the thing.
It's a colloquialism. Jeez.
Oh. Ha.
All right. Why don't you go home for now? I will reach out to the engineers of the city and see what we can have done about this.
Yeah, well, it just got a lot worse.
Did you break the platform?
Yes.
Oh, it was loose to begin with.
That's coming out of your pay.
Well, break is a relative term, really.
Look, just go.
It
Just
was
go
gross
home. All of you,
negligence,
Go
really.
before I put you on a suspension, okay?
Okay, bye.
Wait,
You're
wait,
supposed to go recharge, Pumpkin.
No.
Yes.
Nope.
Pumpkin, one of the guys today said Pumpkin could stop working.
Yeah,
So
Pumpkin
check
I-
in with them.
I do not have time
Used an
for
override
this
code.
nonsense right now, okay? There's obviously bigger things to fry. Pumpkin, we're gonna have a conversation later. I expect you to be charging by the morning. Everybody else, go home. Be ready on time in the morning to get back here and continue pumping up this water to the upper city, or we're all gonna be in trouble.
Pumpkin, do you want to come hang out with me?
Yes. Could someone grab my box?
I got it.
Thank you.
And you see Addie just like turn, shaking her head, smoking furiously, and walking away back towards the office.
I just don't get the allure of that smoking, but she
Hey,
looks
Pumpkin,
cool.
what are the odds that this whole thing comes down?
Give me a
What are
brains
the
roll,
odds?
Pumpkin.
I was really just expecting Pumpkin to go 4, and that was about it.
Mathematical odds of it collapsing?
Calculating.
The variables in your head, there's too many of them to count, so you have a swing. In between
Extrapolating variables.
15% to 1% chance in the next 48 hours.
That it will fall
Yes.
or not fall.
That it will collapse.
Oh, we are looking at a 1 to 15% chance that within the next 48 hours it will fall. That's actually pretty good odds.
I feel like those are pretty good odds.
So, although the name of this one shot is When the Sky Fell, and I feel
Hey,
like that
meta information!
does help
Meta
the
information!
probability go up.
I'm pretty sure a robot would know that.
Meta information? No. Anyway, so we see all of you kind of moving away, a bit disturbed by the events of the day. Obviously, it's been kind of a strange day. You had the meeting from the nobility, you had the crack that you found, a robot has gained the
Freedom.
yeah. And as you're walking down through town and going back to where you rest, we see everybody. Let's see. Yes. Aren,
on
you
the
sleep
way-
over at Coral's place. Coral's family takes you in, and since you don't really have a place to live, you had been living on the streets for a while. But what were you saying?
I was gonna say that Arin's probably like talking to everybody they know on the way and being like, "Hey, get your shit ready. We might have to evacuate."
The people look at you and kind of laugh. You know how often people hear about problems that might come crashing down on this city all the time?
Yeah, I know.
But one of the guys that's standing there looks over and he goes, Aren, I never knew you to be as afraid of something like this. It's just a little crack. It's not a big deal.
It's a very large crack.
Yeah, I mean, it looks little from
It
this
also
far
makes
away.
me our
So we see all of you
Cool.
head back to Coral's house, where Coral, we see your mom and pop kind of waiting there, like Papa Turtle, kind of like shell up and down.
Material.
And he kind of looks over to you. You just know him as Dad. And he's like, "Good day at work, dear."
yeah, I mean, my friend Pumpkin gained freedom, and we found a crack in a main structural piece of the thing. But it's okay. Pumpkin said it's only like a 1 to 15% chance that we'll all die, so it's okay.
Oh, that is very good to hear. I'm glad to see you're having fun with your friends, dear. Pats you on the head a few times. Salted watermelons. And he points over to the table where he seems to have imported watermelons for your dinner tonight. Some sort of special occasion.
That's fancy. What is this? Did I forget a birthday? Is that what happened?
No, it's the anniversary of us arriving in Megara.
Oh,
Happy anniversary,
Thank you, Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin, that's what I
Actually,
said.
I can't make that noise.
You
'cause I have
can't. There's no
lips.
P's. There's no lips.
Pumpkin. Pumpkin.
I'm very happy, though, that you figured these problems out. I'm sure you alerted the authorities, right?
Oh, well, we kind of told our boss, and our boss said they would take care of it, so...
Well, there you go. Nothing to
I
worry
was telling
about.
everyone on the way.
That is true.
Now
But
that
they all looked at her with a weird look.
Well, the first step to getting any problem resolved is becoming aware and telling the people that can fix it that it exists. So you did the right thing, Coral, and Pumpkin, and Aaron.
Thanks, Dad.
Yay.
And Mom just looks over and goes, "Now sit down, everybody, and enjoy your watermelon. Pumpkin, do you eat watermelon? Or would you prefer a little bit of electricity?" And holds up like a charge cable.
Oh, a charger cable would be delightful, thank you.
Certainly.
I would
now,
love to try watermelon, but I have no mouth.
that's a very unfortunate
Yeah,
thing.
she tries
Watermelon is delicious.
I did try a cigarette. I didn't understand the appeal. But it may just be because I have no lungs and cannot enjoy it in the way everyone else seems to. I wanted to cough.
It made me cough now. I understand. That's a disgusting habit. Sucking smoke into your body. I mean, it makes you smell, and it gives your nails an off-yellow look.
But it looks so cool.
Oh, is that what's looking cool these days? That seems to change with every generation.
No, looking
Nah.
cool is about being cool. It's not has to do with smoking.
Oh.
And Anarin's just like, yeah.
So we
like,
see
flips her
everybody.
mohawk
It's like an
forward.
80s PSA.
And she's already got watermelon juice on her face, so she doesn't really look that cool.
So we see everybody having a bit of a nice
Yes.
dinner together, hanging out and enjoying the evening, kind of discussing the events of the day and what that means. And then we see Luzin on the streets. You're kind of wandering, and as you're walking through the streets, you have drank way too much. You had all of the money that you had removed from you by your exploits, and you're wandering the back alleys. Individuals that are out here, some of the other folk, you know, that have fallen on harder times, kind of looking over. You see Gregor, the one-eyed, this toad-faced looking individual that was scarred by some sort of horrible aether mutation, look over. Wilson, nice to see you again. I saved your bed as usual.
I think. Yeah, no, he's real when he's drunk. So he goes like and hugs Gregor, but in that like I put my arms around you in my head into whatever's like resembling your chest.
Yeah, boy. Hard day today, eh? Where's that little one? Where's Cole? Is he here this time? Unfortunately, the man has memory issues.
He's not here anymore, Gregor. He's dead, remember?
Oh, he's dead. He was so young. What? Oh, I'm so sorry, boy. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I probably should lay down. I'm not feeling very well today.
You smell a bit like blood. Are you okay? Do you need a bandage? You see him like ruffling through his pack somewhat, and he pulls out this old like scabby looking gauze that he had just kind of packed away. I got some here somewhere. There's probably still a clean spot.
And I like take his wrists and I just like put them like at his sides. It's okay. I'll be okay. It's not my blood.
Oh boy, you're getting into violence again.
Violence keeps getting into me, Gregor.
You gotta watch that. You let it in too often and you lose anything good that was underneath. You lose who you are. And you're still young enough to make a difference to other people you're not losing. Old man like me, I got less time left.
You're much better than I could ever hope to be, Gregor. There's nothing good left inside of me. There's just a violence and a hole where only violence can fill, and I'm tired, Gregor. I'm so tired.
You're tired? Oh, you're tired. Yeah, I got the bed laid out for you right over here, Luzin. Glad to see you're doing okay. You see him, like, starting to slip again.
Mm-hmm.
Right down. And you see him move over and, like, scatter some sounds of little metal tin cans kind of scattering out of the way. And he goes, right here somewhere. I got it somewhere. Your gift for your birthday, which was, like, 3 weeks ago.
I think he just starts tearing up at that prospect of thinking about the day he was born and someone celebrating it. Well, yes, please, I would really like that.
Yeah, got it. It's around here somewhere. I seem to have misplaced it.
It's okay. You can give it to me when you find it.
When I find it, yeah, I'll get it to you when I find it. When I find it, yeah. All right, Luzin. You get good sleep. Getting a good sleep is the best way to positive mental health.
Good night, Gregor.
Good night. You see the old man kind of scuffle away, dragging one leg behind him, wounded in some ancient war that he's never bothered to talk about. And as you're laying there on the pallet and kind of pulling some of these scruffy clothes around you and trying to keep warm and out of the wetness, you kind of find yourself staring up at the sky. A bit of the lighting that never seems to quite go off, but never seems to work quite right, is flickering from power fluctuations down here. Reminds you of the twinkling of stars, which you have seen a long time ago. And as you're staring up at them, you just remember your brother laying beside you and commenting on how he wished he could see real ones, the stories you used to talk about. One of those lights seems to blink for a second, and then alongside the edge of the pillar, you see something dark in the sky, kind of tumbling. So you kind of stare up at it. There's a loud crash as something smashes into the building nearby, and fragments of stone just scatter out onto the street. This isn't wreckage or refuse. This is high quality stone. This is stuff that should not have fallen from that high up. This isn't a part of a building that came off. It's something else.
He will try to sober up and move towards whatever fell. That like it's that kind of like
cheeks a little.
It's that kind of thing where like everyone who's ever been drunk is like, something went wrong. I need to be sober, so I'm gonna like take my drunk level down by 1.
Right.
Just by sheer willpower alone.
All right. Then you kind of slap yourself a little bit. Give me a tough roll. We'll just see how good you do.
All right. Let's see if we can change this around after. No, we can't.
All right. So, yeah, you're still a bit out of it. And we need to, let's see. I got to make sure all these things are set up right anyway. So you walk over, and unfortunately, you don't quite sober up.
Mhm.
But you look at it and you think, this is really important. Whatever this is, it's really important. So you hold on to it, but darkness starts to take you as you are way too drunk and way too tired. And as you slip
Yeah.
down into the bed, you hold on to this thing. And as you're like squeezing against your chest, knowing how important it is, we hear you like say your brother's name as you fall asleep, and the darkness comes.
Lonnie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lonnie.
All right. The following morning, everyone has woken up. The day has been simple to start. Seems like you have a decent breakfast there, although it this time is a little more squishy than last night. No longer having imported fine fruits. You have a couple of oversized zucchini that have kind of started to mulch a little bit in edges and have been cooked probably too long. But it doesn't seem to matter as mom and dad just shovel that stuff into their face. It's fine. And as you step outside, all of you, as you're kind of waking up, Luzin, as everybody else is leaving the house and preparing to head back to work, you see a group of peacekeepers and snappily dressed individuals kind of staring each other down. The police chief of the area, Anya Violet, is out there like speaking with some of these individuals. A well-dressed man with a complicated hat covered in feathers. It's obvious that it's about something important, as wide gestures are being made by either member. It's obvious they don't think highly of each other, and each group turns with grimaces as they begin to part ways, leaving you wondering why, in the case of Luzin, the leadership of the Black Shell Casino and the peacekeeper chief of the district would be talking in the middle of the street. Everybody else kind of recognized that was Mr. Black Shell, the owner of the Black Shell Casino. You notice a few of the other members of the Black Shell Casino kind of staring back over their shoulders towards the water processing plant in the distance as they look up and they walk away. So we'll start off with Pumpkin, Coral, and Aaron as you're all standing together. You see Luzin looking quite bedraggled and gross, stepping out of an alleyway and kind of looking over and seeing you as well. So, who wants to go first? What starts? What happens here?
That's the coolest looking person I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, you're right, but he also looks pretty rough. You okay, kid?
He like now recognizes like he's clutching something for dear life and actually like bothers looking down at it.
You see at this point, it's kind of left that imprint on your body where you've been holding onto it too long, white knuckled almost, digging in, and you like move your fingers. They got dimples and stuff on them. It is smooth concrete that is very obviously part of the pillar or the shell of the ceiling.
What's that?
Lucin's standing there holding a piece of the pillar.
When did you get that?
It fell last night. I was drunk. I didn't know what it was. What is this? What does this mean? What is this?
Can you recrunch your numbers really fast? Because I feel like they might have been wrong.
Recalculating.
The variables haven't changed for you. You'd have to go back to see if anything has changed with the pillar.
I have a question. Where did it fall from?
And
There?
Luzin would kind of point in a general that-away direction.
He kind of points over, and it's roughly towards where the crack was.
Okay. Maybe we should go back and look at the we fell last night.
Nah,
Yeah.
here, come on. And Aaron grabs Luzin by the wrist, the one that's not holding the concrete, and just like runs off in the direction of the police chief.
Maybe we
In the
should ask
direction of the
people
police
before
chief.
we grab them and take them place. Okay.
And he like
Where are we going?
and he like tries to stop Aaron because he doesn't want to go to the cops because they're not great people. As he drops the concrete and like digs his heels in.
Shit, dude.
I'd like to examine the concrete.
All right, so you go over to look at that. Aaron, you're pulling on Lucian, but Lucian's putting
No,
in digging his
I
heels.
stop when he drops the concrete, and I'm just
Okay.
like, you were supposed to hang on to that.
No, I need to go talk to Vander. Vander knows something.
The casino dude?
I need to go talk to Vander. Vander knows
Is it gonna
things.
be about this?
Sure.
Alright, let's go. And she picks it up.
I think
Wait,
Pumpkin already picked it up.
I got
Pumpkin,
it.
give me a brains roll as you look at it. What are you looking for?
I'm looking to see if it like looks like it naturally just crumbled away and fell off, you know, like regular old, like I worked in the water treatment plant forever. I'm sure I know like natural decay, you know,
Yeah, absolutely.
as opposed to looking like if someone like chiseled at it or, you know, or if it was exploded or, you know,
Yeah.
like determining what caused it to fall.
Give me a brains roll.
There we go.
16?
With a 16, you can tell that there are sections of it that have been carved. It's not just a natural break.
Hey.
Yes, Pumpkin.
So you see how the striation right here is in a vertical pattern that looks, do you see? And then this part so it wasn't that it fell, like, it was that it was, like, hammered.
Oh,
So this has fallen on purpose.
You're coming with us too. I'm not smart enough to explain that.
Where are we going?
I need to
the
go.
casino.
I need to go talk to Vander. I need to go talk to Vander.
The casino? We're gonna go to the casino with the bright lights and the sounds?
Does anyone mind if I stay behind and just maybe try and hear what the other people are very obviously gesticulating about?
And they stop
Don't you
gesticulating
want
and
to
like.
go to the? Don't you want to go?
Not necessarily. It does kind of give me the heebie-jeebies. It's not necessarily the most wholesome place, but I can meet you out there.
I have noticed that people who leave are either crying or they are very happy.
Robot, please take your volume to like a manageable level, dear God. You're
Lower
so
volume
grating.
to 20%. Is this better?
Pumpkin, give me an aware roll.
Aaron would like to give
So before you
Like-
go, Aaron, Pumpkin recognizes that Lucen is under some sort of chemical poisoning effects.
Do I have a remedy for that?
I mean, yeah, there are individuals that get dosed at the plant all the time with things that cause them problems.
So Pumpkin's gonna walk over to Lucen and then just like grab face, not like just very gently, so it's very strange. Just kind of like grab face on both sides, and then kind of examine eyes like a finger with like a light on it, and then hold on just a second. I have something for biological poisoning here.
She like reaches into her chest cavity, opens slightly. Something goes and then comes out. She hands it to you. Give me a brains
Yeah.
roll for a medical. That would be using your ability for what ails you.
Don't fuck me up.
So you just roll.
Something
Use the
chest.
ability roll that's there.
The chest opens. It's just a
Wait.
mini fridge with Pedialyte.
Right? Who's rolling?
You are Pumpkin, and you
Where-
have your for what ails you ability. Just roll the square that's on the right side.
For what? Oh! All right. Boop. Boop. Wait, how do I roll? Just roll
Double
brains
click.
there? Whoa,
Double
wait,
click
hold
the
on. I changed
square.
the thing. I changed the base stat. What was it supposed to be?
Oh, it's,
Brains, double right click?
it was brains, and you double click the not the stat, the big square on the right.
The big square on the right.
Yeah, with a 4 in it.
Oh.
There you go.
It was a flat roll, though.
It's not great. So it's not actually calculating. There's a programming error that's going
Okay.
on in
Well, I got
that
a
section.
5.
So that is a 7, is what you rolled. But 7's not great. Are you okay with that, or
No.
then
No,
you're
I'm
gonna have to
not.
use an ace?
I don't know where they are.
They're right in the middle.
there, the big
of
one.
Yeah.
I'm
There you go.
overcomplicating things. Okay. Brr.
+4. This time, much
Ooh,
better.
ooh, I don't want to kill lizard.
So you get something from the robot, and it has kind of a pungent odor to it, but something that causes your senses to start waking up a little bit, and it's like a little tablet that's fizzing.
Pop,
Yeah,
pop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is.
He hasn't eaten today, so Oh.
Has a lemon flavor. It's
Okay.
effervescent. And as you swallow it, you feel that illness sensation in the pit of your stomach start to fade and your head starts to clear.
Oh. You're a medical automaton.
No, but I am equipped to help chemical things get out of organic bodies.
You do have an
And,
aftertaste of like oil. Like gasoline and oil.
That's gonna burn for a while. Vander has information for me, but he might be able to tell me why the Black Shells were arguing with the Peacekeepers. I'm gonna go talk to Vander. You can follow if you want to. And you just start walking very fast.
Everybody's
Olive.
getting an ace as McSherry is gifted.
Thank you,
Sub bomb.
Misha.
Yeah.
But I don't want to leave Coral. So, like, Pumpkin's like, no.
Coral can
Just
just-
the rock. What do I tell them? And Aaron-
Just bring. Don't need to bring the rock. We just need to ask Vander. Vander knows things.
Oh, okay.
So Pumpkin and Coral keep the rock, and Luzin and Aaron go to the casino.
Yeah. Also, Aaron gave Coral 5 silver and is like, "Hey, give me a breakfast sandwich." You're
All right.
the best.
So everybody kind of splits at this point, and we'll start with Pumpkin and Coral, who are right here, while the two of you travel to the casino. Pumpkin and Coral, you see the Peacekeepers walking away. Obviously, it's time for work. You don't want to be late to that necessarily. I mean, Pumpkin's free, so yeah.
Yeah, Pumpkin doesn't have to.
But
I'm
Coral, you
unemployed.
know your parents would be very angry with you if you got a warning or a write-up from work.
This is that age-old question, like, on the day of the apocalypse,
Would you
just
go
work?
to work?
Would you go to work?
I'm debating doing the, like, if you're gonna be late, show up with a Starbucks kind of thing. Am I already late?
Not yet.
How much time do I have?
About 30 minutes.
Plenty of time to solve why the world is ending.
Plus, there's probably a Beguile Bucks on the next corner.
I mean, it's true, even down here.
Well, that's where I'll grab the breakfast sandwich.
Right.
Yes.
All
I
right.
want cake pop.
So, do you head to get sandwich, or do you go to ask questions of someone first? Where are you headed to with this rock?
Can't we do both?
Yeah, can't we just... Because I want to listen in, like, I want to walk behind the Peacekeepers to see if they're, like, having a conversation about what
Okay.
just occurred.
Get closer and give me an agile roll to try to remain.
Pumpkin,
Like,
remember that stealthy thing that we talked
non-intrusive?
about before? We're gonna try again.
Right.
Both of you roll for me. There's a 9 from Coral.
We're gonna just do that.
All right, there's a not 9. There's a 7 and a 12.
Oh, wait, no, whistling is not...
Nonchalantly
No, wait,
walking.
Pumpkin! Whistling is really kind of the opposite of being quiet.
So you like get up behind the
Oh.
Peacekeepers, getting a little bit too close, and they hear you. They're like, "Go home, kids."
I actually have to go to work soon.
Then
And
go to
I'm not a
work.
kid.
Why are you doing? What are you standing around following us for?
I was getting coffee.
It's over that side of the street, not over here. Go.
Were we going to ask about the...
Peacekeepers? Peacekeepers?
Yes. Nice
As
rock.
my lovely pumpkin friend has here a large piece of concrete that has fallen from the sky. Could you please
Oh.
explain why this concrete has fallen from the sky?
And it was hacked.
He takes a look at it. He actually puts his hand out. Do you let him have it?
No. You can look without touch.
Okay. That looks like
This is my friend's chunk of concrete. And he's not here to give me permission to give it to you.
it looks like a rock. What do you want me to do with that?
Well,
I'm not a geologist.
Well, I'd like to know why it fell from the sky.
This is also
Everything around here
naturally
falls
formed
apart,
rock,
kid. I
So
don't.
we would technically need a mason and not a geologist.
I can take it into forensics. If you just give it here, I'll bring it down to the station. If
It's
it's
a
that
rock.
important to you.
That's not how forensics work.
Yes, it is.
No.
They'll analyze it. They'll figure out what it is. They'll.
I don't think we
It's
should.
marble.
Well, yeah. Hey, are you gonna give me that to bring to my chief or not?
No.
Okay, whatever. Stop bugging me, kids. Go on. I got real grown-up stuff to do. You see him like turn, and his buddy just kind of looks over to the side. You're idiots.
Coral, did I pass as a human child?
100%.
Hmm.
I think you did a good job.
Well, he called me one. I didn't even try.
You know what's funny is that he wasn't actually calling you that. He was just lumping you in with Coral because you're an automaton.
Well, that's weird.
Nope, that is not what Pumpkin believes happened.
That's not
True.
Pumpkin's reality, Dan.
Right.
That doesn't fit in the little fantasy of my little automaton head.
Yeah, no, clearly passed for biological child. Like a organic life form.
So
Maybe
you're
we'll get
hearing
coffee together.
And I will be rocking that energy.
as you're there, and you like are standing nearby Coral, and you pick up breakfast sandwich, and you pick up some beverages to go on your way. You hear the first alarm whistle go off from the water plant nearby. You're about to be late. And Coral
You're
starts running.
I'll go after it. You are right, whistles are very not quiet.
No, they're very loud.
So as we see the two of them kind of running very quickly back towards the water plant, you find that everything there seems to be mostly business as normal, but there is a section of the plant that is cordoned off as you're walking up the stairs and whatnot. The area that has the damage seems to have a lot of lines and tape around it. You see a crew out there doing something. And as we change scenes to where Luzin and Arin are walking into the casino, you see that the casino's empty. As you go walking through the door, there's people like cleaning and sweeping it, but the patrons have all been cleared out. And there's a lot of suited individuals and the boss himself standing in the room talking to one another. As they look up towards you, you see like a few individuals grab for weapons, for firearms at their hips as you were walking in unannounced. And
It's
with
cool. It's cool.
your hands up in the air, the scene fades out as we go to our break tonight. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, so we'll see you then. Bye. Be right back. Don't flip everyone off. Jeez.
I'm not enjoying it to the casino guards.
No,
Like,
right.
Hear my plea to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the fall. For the we and the glory and the fall. As a child,
If you're enjoying yourselves so far. But without further ado, we're going to jump back into events. Inside. What was that?
Just had to say adieu.
Oh, yes. Without further ado's, though. No more further ado's. No, stop it! No, we can't whisper it. We find ourselves
do
back
about
inside
nothing.
the casino. With the black shell. Employees all standing around, some of them bearing weapons and whatnot. You see Guardy Blackshell standing there, like looking very dapper in his business suit, looking very wealthy for the city, and his crew. You have your hands up. Aaron, did you raise your hands when the men pointed guns at you too? And Vander, standing off to the side, goes, That's that kid, boss. And Guardy just goes, Oh, you're losing, eh?
Yeah.
We're in the middle of an important meeting. Is there a reason why you're interrupting?
Yeah. Probably because you're in an important meeting about the thing that, I want to ask about.
Who's your friend?
This is someone that I don't know.
You brought somebody you don't know in the middle of a meeting with all... Is there a reason why I shouldn't just kill this man? And Vander looks over and goes, I don't know. He did some good work for us.
She kind of just followed, but so listen.
I'm
some
here about the thing too.
So concrete fell last night.
Yeah,
Concrete fell, you say?
Yeah.
from the ceiling. Like good
and-
shit.
Yeah, and an automaton looked at it and said that it was intentionally carved out that made it fall.
You see him raise a hand to you, expecting you to be quiet. He turns to some of his lieutenants and brings them in. You hear them talking to each other. Give me an aware roll to see how much you're able to overhear before he goes and speaks.
No.
Neither one of you roll well enough.
You know
So-
what? Hold on. I'm gonna spend an ace for this one. I want to.
All right. Go ahead and roll again.
My ears just need a little bit of tuning.
Critical
No, apparently-
failure.
I give up.
Do
Alright.
you now have a choice,
Uh-huh.
Lucen. Do you overhear the wrong things? Or do you get caught eavesdropping and make them more angry at you? Big Beast has given you an ace saying not in this house, Lucen. You can
Great.
try rolling again. Still not great.
What is
So-
happening today?
10 and 11 before.
Have
The
you
two
tried
of you are
turning
sitting
your
there.
face off and turning them back on again.
You just kind of hear him turn and. So, you're saying this fell out of the sky, eh?
Yeah.
To the best of our knowledge, sir.
Give it to me.
I mean, I don't have it.
What the fuck? Where is
Hey.
it?
There's a little,
I knew it.
Automaton.
Should have grabbed it from Pumpkin.
and Coral's a turtle. Yes.
Iglay.
It's a type of kobold, but yes, a gray kobold.
There's a turtle and a robot with it, and they didn't want to come in here, so I left it with them.
You,
They probably went to
I'm
the
just
water
imagining
plant.
somebody's pet turtle with a robot pulling it around by a leash.
It's honestly a really good children's book.
I mean, yeah, but yeah, so I can go get it for you, but is shit happening because y'all were yelling at the peacekeepers and they were yelling back at you?
Right. They're saying there's a chance something bad might happen. And because we have given considerable donations to the police force in the area, they were giving us a heads up. We didn't know what that meant, but if they're worried about something breaking down or causing considerable damage to places, that could be what they're talking about. I'm not happy with having to evacuate my casino.
Like, the beginnings of a growl, like, start to rip itself out of Luzen's throat before he, like, chokes himself. So
you think it's that serious?
The police chief is an idiot. I don't know what I think about him.
Cool.
If I had that stone and had more proof about how dangerous this was. If only we had an insider at the place where the damage was.
don't
mean
you
the water
work there?
plant? Yeah, I work there.
You work at the water processing facility?
Yeah, and then Aaron hears
The whistle go off?
Yeah, shit, I'm late!
So
Well, look, kid, okay? You look fine. You look nice enough. All right. We may be a criminal element, you'd say. But sometimes the laws aren't in a place where they make sense for anyone and you have to make your own rules.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm trying to break my aunt out of jail. I just don't have any money.
You ever thought about a job at a casino?
Yeah, but I figured I wouldn't get it. It's because I'm, like, not smart.
You're strong.
I guess, yeah.
Let's deal with one problem at a time, okay? So,
Yeah.
go find out what's going on there for me, and then just confirm it. I'm not gonna make any rash decisions right away, and I'm definitely not just gonna evacuate my casino because some dimwit, numbskull, dumb fuck tells me to.
Okay.
yeah, Luzen just kind of like
You.
makes eyes at me. Hey,
The only thing we were able to find out, I've been looking for a little while. The last place your brother was before the peacekeepers found his body was a church. The Divine Inspiration. The Way of the Path or some shit.
okay. I guess I'll go check. I'll go check there. This go you pointing to Aaron. I don't know. Ari, Ada, whatever your name is, go figure out whether or not the fucking place is gonna collapse.
It's Aaron.
Aaron, great. Go find out if the place is gonna collapse, Aaron. Damn.
Yeah, I was gonna do that. He said to.
Great. Follow the nice man's orders.
You said that like he's not nice. Okay, I'm leaving.
All right. So everybody like turns and walks out. You can hear the whispered noises become a bit louder as you walk away from the casino. And from that
On
point,
the way out, like, Luzen makes eye contact with Vander, and like, in like a really like kind of like I want to keep my pride as I say this, but thank you. He mouths it to him.
you see something pass between Vander's eyes and you. Like maybe he's not so different. Like maybe he had similar experiences, and that might be why he works here.
File that in the back of my head. But yeah, well, I will begin making my way to the Church of the Path
Church of the Divine Inspiration.
of the Divine Inspiration.
Yes.
Which
Follows the way of the path.
Way of the Path. The Church of Divine Inspiration follows the way of the path. Great.
All right. So you immediately leave and start heading towards the church in the distance. Aaron, you start rushing back to work. Give me a agile roll. Let's see how fast you're able to run to see if you make it back with anything considered like close to on time.
Oh, this time.
16. Not bad. All right, so you sprint back, and you're only about 10 minutes late. So Pumpkin and Coral.
Parkour with some dew on the forehead.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The two of you have made it all the way back to work, and Addie's been looking a bit agitated. You do see all the individuals there are kind of like working on the plant and whatnot. And as you're told to go to work, you're hearing other members of the organization of the business kind of whispering amongst each other, kind of curious about what's going on, all that kind of stuff. You can't see the crack anymore because of these large like boards that they've put up, and you can hear the sounds of work happening. There's a bit of a crossing line. There's a couple of peacekeepers outside of it. Some city engineers seem to be moving to and fro. And as lunch comes around, all of you are able to get back together at that point. So you're sitting there at the table. All of you have your lunch that has been packed. Pumpkin, you haven't been doing much work, but you have been following around Coral and Aaron and occasionally making yourself useful.
Yes, and also just listening to people who don't pay attention to the fact that I'm there, because just a robot.
You're getting a lot of confusion about what's going on. A lot of whispers of like basically people just making up shit that they don't understand what it is. There's rumors like swirling all over the place. Some people are just complaining about government in general, and Addie has been like nowhere to be seen today. Usually she's out amongst the crews, making sure they're doing the right jobs and whatnot. She went into her office and kind of locked herself in. So as the day has passed,
I have the chunk of concrete in my storage compartment in my chest.
Okay, you've still got it. You're
Right
all
next to the bottle of Pedialyte.
Mm-hmm.
You're all having lunch when you see the crews of the cordoned off section like pack up and leave. They all kind of go spiraling off down the stairwells and heading back down to the ground below. And everybody else is just kind of doing their own thing. So what do we see from the three of you as you're sitting there at the lunch table now? Addie's been locked inside of her office forever, and the cordoned off section is now empty of workers, it looks like.
Well, did Aaron tell us that the Black Clam people want the...
100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've heard from Aaron that the casino owners of the Black Shell have
Shell.
been asking about what's going on up here and want more information, because they're not just going to believe someone who bursts in and says, yeah, we found this rock that we don't have, that the ceiling's going to be destroyed.
Yeah, they need to see the rock, but like I kind of got a job offer from them, so like even if I go piss off Addie, like I might be able to get work with them.
So what I'm hearing is you can go behind the lines that we're definitely not supposed to go behind and look if everything's gotten worse.
Yeah,
I'll go with you. I'm
Okay.
free.
Pumpkin can like hold up the rock to the space to make sure that it, is the rock that fits there.
I think it's too far away to really like do that.
I can do that visually, but that's a great suggestion, Coral. I'm being supportive.
Oh shit! Was I? I'm sorry.
What?
I
That's
guess I
okay.
wasn't-
You're good. But you should go now while they're gone for lunch, and I can play lookout.
Brilliant.
Oh, that's so smart. Yeah, let's do it.
This time, could you not stomp on a trellis and make me almost die? I just started
I'm
living.
So sorry. I will never do that again.
It's okay. We talked
Although
about
honestly, those bolts should never have been that loose, right?
it. Probably not.
So it's not really my fault, is it?
I mean, I feel like it's the two wrongs don't make a right situation. Like, if I'm being brutally honest here, just because the bolts were loose doesn't give you explicit permission to jump on the potentially loose thing and send our friend barreling into an abyss.
I mean, that's true.
I was
because
just
if
trying
we
to
were
help.
going down that
No, like, I know
rabbit
it's
hole, it would technically be Coral's fault because she dropped the wrench.
but I feel like it was.
We're walking and talking.
Yes, of course. So you get closer to it. Coral, give me a brains roll to stay lookout, and Aaron and Pumpkin as you start going underneath the. Oh, that's a good one. As you start going up
One of
underneath.
us has to roll good.
So typically, when large-scale repairs that can't be handled directly by the staff are underway, engineers and work crews are found like just nearby, standing and thinking. Sure, but they're always available and at least look like they're doing something. For the severity of the issue, from your perspective about this thing, to have it completely empty during prime work hours already seems strange. So, as you look back and forth, ensuring nobody's around, you decide to take a peek at the work that's been completed so far. And you sneak under the caution tape, you move through the little curtains, you go beyond the wooden walls and barricades. Give me an aware roll as you step through. Critical failure from Pumpkin.
Pumpkin, no!
Oh no, my
Critical
eyes are
failure from
functioning.
Aren.
What the refrigerator? We should.
Oh.
We should.
So-
We don't. Do I? I don't. I'm out of aces.
So,
Wait, did you use the one that McSherry gave us?
Oh no, I
oh,
didn't.
there's an ace to Nith.
I'm sorry. What?
Big B said Nith.
Nora, maybe?
I think you
This
meant
is
Nora.
Nora.
O is next to I.
And
T is next to.
but I don't
He
know
was
why
not.
A.
He was not on center. He was not on the court. Not in this
in
house. That's what he means.
Oh.
All right, Pumpkin, you did critically
Yeah.
fail. Aren.
Well, we both did, but what I'm going to use the I did not use my ace.
Okay.
For McSherry.
All right, so you can use your McSherry ace.
Yeah. Just I don't want to fail.
You failed, but you didn't
better.
critically
No,
fail.
you get to use Bees' ace.
Did Baze just give it?
Base
Yeah,
Bees gave you. Okay, so you have an ace from Bees.
I was using my McSherry ace, and so now, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you did. That was clever.
The not
Yeah,
in this
totally.
house ace has arrived. Pumpkin, give us a roll.
Uh,
The Nith Ace.
Hey,
Okay.
16.
Hey.
Look at us go. Woo!
So the two of you look over at the section of the wall,
Look
and
up,
you kind of
little
like
dust in our eye. Right
move
out.
closer, and you kind of look up at this. You see a bunch of equipment and scaffolding, and you see, putty and whatnot around there. It looks fixed, but that doesn't feel right to either one of you, because something of that magnitude should not have been fixed in one day. You don't remember seeing alchemists or mages or aether mages or anybody other than just civil engineers out here, and they never get jobs done that quick. Nobody. Never. As you get a little bit closer to it, and Aren, you and Pumpkin are both kind of concerned, you see that there is a superficial job that has been done covering it to look like it is fixed. No strength. If it's flaked away, you just see the cracks still underneath. And you can tell that it's gotten bigger overnight from where they put this cover.
This is just paper mache. Oh no.
Like the stuff they make masks out of.
Yeah, yeah, it would not. I mean, yes, because probably wouldn't use sling. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah,
Okay.
no, it is. It's much definitely not structurally intact, right? Like that's weird. Do you think this is a conspiracy?
Yeah, it might be. Why don't you come with me back to the casino, and you can tell the casino guys what's going on and give them the rock.
We have to get Coral. What if she's in danger?
Yeah, you're right. Shit. I don't know if she'll leave though. She likes to follow the rules.
So
Maybe we could tell her that there is salted watermelon at the casino.
Yeah.
So you
but
do have-
What if there isn't?
you do definitely have a few options. You
It
could
would
go
be
back.
a falsehood.
You could go back to the casino. I mean, you could still talk to Addie about this. She's been acting strange all day. You could even try to go to House Laroque's, embassy if you wanted to go talk to the direct leadership about it, or the peacekeepers. So, yes, up to you. The casino is currently the most familiar one you have as an option, other than Addie. So, what do you choose to do here as you all kind of gather around Coral? Nobody seemed
Coral.
to have come in, but Pumpkin and Aren come out of there looking a little bit. Pumpkin looks the same, but Aren looks a little bit disturbed.
If
We
I
gotta
could,
tell Addie.
I am disturbed. I just don't have facial changes.
You haven't been programmed in a way to get
Pumpkin comes out,
Upset eyes.
busts open the, caution tape. I am disturbed.
I am so disturbed. The pillar is only being held up by subpar building materials, and as you know, no one fixes things that quickly here. So we
Well, I mean, there's that one guy who just kind of puts the duct tape on things.
I think that is who they hired.
Pretty much what they did.
But we think it's a conspiracy.
Maybe.
Definitely a conspiracy.
Do you think
mean,
Abby would know about it? Like,
I mean, she's been real upset about something.
and like there was the lady who came in with the face, and then she, she was saying some things, and then Addie got really upset. So like maybe she knows about this. Maybe we should talk to. Should we show Addie the rock?
Yeah, I think we should.
I have been sentient for a very short period of time. I will allow you to make the decision on where we go. I have the stone in my chest.
Let's just go tell Addie about the rock, and then maybe we can go from there.
So you move over
She is closer.
to Addie's office,
Addie!
and you knock on the door. You hear, from inside for a moment. What is it? What is it?
Are the repair guys...
Conspiracy!
No. Are the repair guys done? Because they all fucking left. And they did a real shit job.
Yeah. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they've finished exactly what. I mean, if it was a big deal,
Paper
no,
sure.
mache.
See this.
It's bad.
I don't. Let's just let it go, please, and just let it go,
No.
okay?
That is peculiar to say when if the structural integrity of the pillar falls, it will squash us all and probably many others. It is strange that you are acting so nonchalant about what is happening.
Give me a charming roll to see if your speech gets through to Addie at all.
Is that what that was?
Come on, pumpkin.
Critical
No!
failure.
Dirt
So
malfunction.
with that malfunction, do you wish to either A, do
Kill
and
all
say
humans.
something that makes Addie upset and worse, or B, find that your ability to speak is temporarily destroyed because you like cross a bunch of wires in your head and you instead start saying things you don't intend to?
What's your virtue?
Oh, do I have a virtue? I'm a robot.
Everybody has a virtue.
Is it speaking? Is your virtue eloquence?
Temperance.
Passion?
Temperance is when you have control of yourself.
I have control of myself right
It's
now.
about,
I was
it's about
freed.
retaining control of yourself.
I am so angry. How does that work for a robot? Temperance is a stupid virtue and I hate it. Yeah, I don't think I can argue temperance here.
Okay.
I think I will just you said destroy temporarily. Those two terms are not really
Okay,
like,
how
what-
about you get your wires crossed temporarily
okay, like for this conversation?
for this scene?
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't want to piss her off because maybe it's fine. I'll just burp.
All right, so now when you say stuff, just put together random strings of words for me. As Pumpkin, anyway.
Pop, can, shoe, sock, millennial, mushroom.
So Pumpkin goes to speak to Addie, and suddenly that comes out.
You
Again?
okay? I knock on her shell.
Dink, dink, dink. Oh, now look, you broke it.
But should we seriously talk about the large chunk of concrete that fell from the sky, and then also the fact, allegedly, if someone were to potentially have snuck through and saw that the job that was done on the crack was really bad.
You can say shitty.
It's Coral, of course she can't.
I've been trying to get her to swear for the last 3 years.
That's the closest Carl has ever gotten.
I'm proud of you.
All right, so Coral, now it's your turn to make a charming roll. See if you can convince Addie that. Convince her of something. There it goes, and
Hey,
ooh,
that's not
13's
bad.
better. With a 13, Addie you see her like shoulders come down a little bit, and she turns, and you see her light up another cigarette. She's standing there. She kind of
That's-
shakes a little bit.
bad.
I can't. I can't go against them.
Was it the lady who came in and talked to you yesterday?
A little red flag tops off the top of.
They came to me. How's the rogue? They told me that if I didn't play ball, they would make my mother's recovery impossible and strip me of my position. I can't lose this position. It's the only thing I have to keep my family secure. They stated they'll be giving an emergency statement later, but the column is likely going to break. They stated there's nothing they can do to fix it. So we just have to be ready to move on. And
Well, then why did I fix it?
after the collapse, we're gonna come back and rebuild. Okay, that's it. House LaRoque is even gonna provide us all displacement assistance, and we can start back in brand new houses and everything.
Can I
She
roll
really
bullshit
believe that?
detection, please? Yeah.
Give me an aware roll.
Waffle wig muffin.
Ooh, 2 big ones.
Let's
So she wants to believe it's so bad that she does at the moment.
Do you want to tell her that it's probably a lie, or should I tell her it's probably a lie?
Yeah, no, I the red flag is right. Like, this is definitely conspiracy.
I don't think she's
Wigwam
telling
pantyhose.
what Pumpkin said. I fully agree with Pumpkin's statement on the matter,
Look,
and
all
I'm
of you,
saying no more.
just if you know what's best for you, get rid of that rock. Go speak to your parents, Coral. Get everybody ready to just leave. Leave tonight if you can.
I would like to
Just-
suggest that what is best for us is not getting squished.
Then you have to leave. I mean, they're going to be sending out the emergency statement. There's a lot of people. You don't want to be caught in the streets when everybody's like leaving all at once. You know, you don't want to be left behind. You don't want to be.
Yeah, but
You
what
have to be
about-
ready. So you should do it now. They're going to announce that tonight. You want to get out before then. Me and my mom are going to be heading out. Well,
Pumpkin, you look like you have a very important statement to make in this time of need.
Bottle cap candlelight fixture.
poor thing. So Addie just turns and she like puts out the cigarette and just says, "Now get out of here and go, please. Go. I don't want to be held responsible for any of you getting hurt, okay? I'm gonna go tell the rest of the crew. I should do that. I at least owe them that.
Cool. Yeah, do that.
All right."
Let's go, Pumpkin, you wordsmith.
Pumpkin just look and then looks over at what's her face, the
Addie.
Addie, and like the eyes glow red and like that, and then walk out.
And walk outside. So you step out and you see Addie moving to everybody and kind of quietly talking to them. Some people looking a bit surprised, some incredulous, some of them don't seem to believe it, and then some get up and like immediately start taking off. Where do you go from here?
Earl, do you need to go home? I just kind of live on the street, but
I would like to, but I also know we have a sketchy individual or individuals to go speak to in a very illicit establishment.
yeah, I kind of need you there so I don't say anything stupid.
You have Pumpkin. Pumpkin can fix that.
Quartz peanut.
Not right now, I feel like.
So,
Will you tell me when this wears off, please?
I
I'm running
will.
out of things in the room.
so you're moving away from the. So you leave work right now. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Go. I am no longer bound by my contracted hours. I was told by my superior I could leave.
All right. So you start heading away and heading back into town, and we move over to Lucian at the moment. So Lucian, you found it. the Church of Divine Inspiration, rebuilt over and over again, especially after the Empire has destroyed it twice for housing and harboring fugitives and magical threats and whatnot. And as you walk through these large doors that are emboldened with images of a line that seems to lead into a golden light, you see someone standing at the end of it. We'll just go like that. Choo. At the pew in the distance, a man stands and seems to be expecting you as you come walking inside.
Do I recognize the man? I don't
Not
see
at
him.
all. Come in. Come in. Brother Luzin, is it?
I'm not your brother, Flappy Robes.
We've been expecting your presence for some time.
Just like the royal we? Is there other people here? Is there gonna be a party? Like, is this one of those, like, divine orgies I've been hearing about?
Divine orgies. If it's the will of the path. You happen to be someone that harbors great beasts and great power within. We needed you here. For you see, there are events coming to term at this point in time. A divine cleansing that is about to arrive. The path will lead us all into a new era of change. And we can't have that stopped now, can we? You see, from the shadows around you, a bunch of individuals start coming out.
Ooh. Ooh.
You see, when the skyfall shatters and breaks this city, there will be an enlightened and knowledgeable situation that brings us to the true nature of being. The path has shown the sky fall. I've seen it, and in its glorious destruction, the rebirth, joyous celebration of folk spirits and goodwill will rise once more as a golden empire of glory, victorious over the minor pains and tribulations of intergovernmental politics and noble maneuvering. The crew, the individuals around you are just like raising their arms in silence, and you hear their cloaks kind of flap. We should rejoice in that knowledge and usher in a new age. And we can't have individuals like you, beasts of strength, finding ways to stop it now, can we?
So let me get this straight. You believe in some big old vision of, like, I don't know, the closest thing you've got to a deity out there, and it showed you that the city was about to be buried under tons, literal hundreds of thousands of tons of concrete, and your response to that was woo, and I can't stress the second part enough. Who?
Oh, it is more than that. The decimation that will occur in this area will count forward the ages. New laws will be written, new decisions will be made in the seats of political power. It will turn about an entire new era on the face of Avalon. Something far more glorious than what we live in now. Many of the cities down below will end up with entirely different policies to make sure this sort of thing doesn't happen again.
So, you and your friends here are on a level of crackers crazy that I don't think I'm like there. Like, I might have joined your way of the path of the way, like, if y'all were like a little, like, 2 steps down on my level. Like, I have, like you said, there's something inside of me. I don't know where it came from. It's not a good thing. Beast of strength, yeah, 100%. I might have been, if you were just 2 levels down, but this MLM of insanity, I got a I gotta get out while the getting is good.
You have no opportunity. You see, the path has shown us the direction all of this will take. When we destroyed your brother, we knew it would bring you here. And in this moment, we find your end, and therefore remove your threat to our desire. It has been interesting talking to you, Beast, but it is now time to put you down. You see the individuals around you all draw daggers from their robes.
I think the last coherent question that he asks of all of them, and he looks not like a caged beast, but like a tiger who's just waiting for that lock on the zoo to be undone, for those people to just jump into his cage and just let him be a tiger. As he just looks at all of them desperately and just says, "Do any of you happen to have any type of aether magic at your disposal?
Oh, the path provides.
I hope the path has provided coffins for you." And he is just gonna unleash the beast because he has found his brother's killers.
Immediately unleashing the beast, Luzin just enrages and becomes very big and aggressive. Since this is currently the second time Luzin has been in a combat scenario without any allies, we are going to do this in a cinematic way. You will be making very rapid rolls.
Cool.
And we will be seeing what happens as it occurs. So, who do you go for first, second, and third?
Well, the beast is closest to all of them, so we will go, he's left-handed, so
Okay.
counterclockwise.
All right. Go ahead and give me 3 rolls very quickly.
I guess clockwise, because that's how the momentum would work.
One strike, and so you swing in, you then tear through the throat of the individual to the left of you. As you kind of rush forward, the other two move aside, dodging out of the way of your attacks and placing them in a position to strike back. Give me 2 quick defense rolls.
Oh, that was almost a 20.
Ooh.
I saw 20.
The first one, dagger kind of comes in, and you dodge aside and weave underneath of it, growling as you do so. The second strike comes in and strikes you right in the chest. You take 2 wounds, which would become 1 because of your current damage resistance. So you take a stab, and it causes you to feel a little numb. Another one comes in from the side. Give me 2 more rolls as the father at the end of the pew steps forward and lightning crackles from his fingers, blasting at you across the way.
It's Emperor Palpatine!
Whew! All right.
I blocked
So,
Emperor Palpatine.
The first one that fires out at you stabs you with a dagger again. Another dagger
Ow.
sinks in. This one, your resistance is completely absorbed. So you just, and it doesn't quite hurt. Lightning flings across the distance. You have 2 choices. Do you control where this lightning goes? Or do you do a wide sweeping attack empowered at this moment?
You know what? Wide sweeping attack. I think taking the momentum of the lightning into his tendons, musculature, into the musculature, using that to empower the momentum further to sweep around at
Okay.
these 3.
Give me 3 quick rolls.
Okay.
1, 2, and 3, and your opponents have critically failed on protecting themselves. You immediately tear through them, lightning arcing through the room. The church begins crashing and collapsing in. The pastor off in the distance goes, "No! No, the path has not failed us! This is not the way! You're breaking it!"
And I think he just begins stalking forward as he says, "The path cannot be walked anymore by those who lack the legs, who lack the will or the life to do so. But do not worry, you get to walk a new way down my throat."
Give me another roll.
In the words of Nora.
Oh,
Ooh.
shit.
We're
So,
gonna ace that.
you're
We're
gonna ace it?
that.
All right.
Get rid of those and try again.
Bless you,
There we
shit.
go. Critical
Oh!
failure.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna
That-
okay. Oh, that one succeeds. What does it look like as you kill the Reverend in this moment?
I think it is his eyes are just flashing from their normal bestial color to just pure red as like the blood are dripping from his claws, and he just takes the pastor by the head and he just says,
Let me baptize you into your new religion.
and just
As you
eats
go to do that,
downward.
the very last moment before you're able to consume him, he goes, "Your true nature is revealed. You will never get him back, and you will never get yourself back."
And I think he just says,
Be not.
And that's where he is consumed by Luzin.
"Hmm,
Luzin,
delicious."
you now must make rolls to not be a beast.
Okay.
In this moment, all of you, everybody else, has traveled down from the station and headed over to the casino. As you walk up to it, you see, a few individuals in the suits kind of standing nearby. They look over and they see you. And they see the automaton. Oh, that's
Hey,
the
Rock the
automaton and the
Rock.
turtle, I guess.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
don't know where losing is.
I don't know. We heard some screaming in the distance. I'm sure that was him. Come on inside.
Refried Kegel biscuits?
You're out of that scene now. You don't have to do that
Okay.
anymore. Kegel biscuits.
I don't know. Don't you let me just I ran out of things in the room.
Refried Kegel biscuits. So you walk inside the casino. You can see
Refried Kegels, okay? It's healthy.
you see individuals standing around and working on things nearby, and the boss kind of Guardy looks over to you and goes, "All right, so what did you find out?"
There was repairs on the pillar, but they were really shoddy, superficial. The workmen are already gone, and apparently LaRoque told our supervisor at the plant that they plan to do an announcement tonight about an evacuation, but it is going to come down.
An evacuation for the whole city, for all of Megara.
The whole district, yeah.
There's
That it was
26,000 people
planned.
that live here.
Yeah.
I was trying to say that earlier. My voice is now working. But even if there was a bunch of people that were evacuated, more people, or at least quite a lot of them, would not be able to evacuate. So it's murder.
How sure are we
Genocide?
that this is going to be an imminent situation? Are you absolutely confident?
Oh, here. Beep. See how it was chiseled away?
So he grabs a hold of the rock.
That's my friends. Don't take it.
So it's on purpose. I think that solidifies it. House LaRoque may not be sending out that message after all. And he hands the rock back.
What the fuck?
LaRoque has been hemorrhaging money. They've leaned on us on a few occasions. I've given out a few loans that I guess we're not getting back. At least not now.
Is this an elaborate insurance scam?
This place is a bit of a cesspool. You all know that. And has been
Yeah, but it's our cesspool.
consistently underperforming in...
Hey, I work in a cesspool.
If I were LaRoque and a heartless bitch, not telling everyone, because it would cost her so much in reparations and repairs. If she tears it down and rebuilds it from the ground up, it's cheaper.
That's bullshit.
Is LaRoque the lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you happen to have any individuals who would be able to fix a very large crack in a very important structure?
Someone that could fix a large crack. We'd need something from the university, some sort of universal solvent or bonding agent or something. I don't know anyone that would provide that. We'd need, like, an angel or something.
What about your sticky glue?
Aaron takes it out, looks at it. It's just from home. Like, it's not from the university.
Look, I don't know what to tell you, kids. I've got the money and the wherewithal. I can start doing evacuations now. And I say, it's probably best if you go home, pack your things, and leave right away. I don't think that it's a good idea to continue pushing on this.
Didn't we just cover that even if we did a large amount of evacuations,
Some
many
people are
would still die?
going to die, but we have to help as many as we can, right?
Yeah, totally.
It would take a bit of a miracle in order to fix this problem.
Speaking of miracles, didn't Luzin go to church? We should see if he found a miracle there.
I guess that's a place where you would find miracles. Look, we have a lot to do and very little time to do it in, so all of you children, please, just go handle yourselves, get your things in order.
Hey, when we're all done evacuating, where should I find you? Because I'm not gonna have a job, and I kind of need another one.
Well, I do intend on restarting the casino. Once it's back in place, just come and meet me up, and I'll get you in here somewhere.
Thanks, appreciate it, man.
No
Me
problem.
too.
Can you deal blackjack?
I
Probably.
can figure it out. Can't
Alright,
be
that's
harder
fine.
than-
And you,
gonna
do you want to
I'm gonna
work in a
fist bump
casino,
this
young
guy.
lady?
Absolutely not.
All right, that's fine.
I have many moral objections to this situation, but I am here and I am breathing through it.
And at that point,
go to the church where you would feel more comfortable.
take me to
Hypothetically.
church. You start heading out the door. Everybody kind of gets ushered out very quickly, and you see black-suited individuals like spreading through the city like ants suddenly, walking out of the casino and heading in every direction. You see them knocking on doors and getting a hold of individuals. Some of them heading towards the peacekeeper station.
Have any large amounts of concern that a large portion of saving an entire city has fallen upon children, or is that just me?
Oh no, see,
God,
everyone
no,
else
God.
has given up hope that there is a possibility of change, and therefore it falls on the children who have not been
Oh, like
totally
we haven't,
scared by reality.
so like we still have a glimmer of hope within us to be the light that needs to be shining throughout the entirety of this godforsaken place to bring hope.
That is my assumption.
Coral, give me a brains roll.
Okay.
Give me a hope roll.
Eight.
Is that brains?
Never mind.
Can I argue wisdom? I don't know what I was rolling for.
Brains. Wisdom. Same.
Brain-
You're
Yeah.
trying to think about something that could help all of you, so I think that does fall under a wisdom roll. I will give you that chance.
No.
Nope, that's worse. Okay.
Stop.
So you
Hold
start
on, no,
heading-
let's just vamp a minute. I'm sure maybe someone in the audience.
Maybe somebody in the audience will send an ace. Is that what
Look
you guys
at
are?
us.
This
we're
is how
dancing. Look
this is how
at us go.
timelines don't work.
Look
Yeah.
at us go. Yeah, we're dancing.
I'm just gonna look at my phone since everybody's busy.
I think
I'm just-
Aaron actually starts
just,
talking to the other kids on the street that she's protected in the past, and is just like, "Hey, you see those scary black guys knocking on doors?
Yeah. Those scary black guys knocking
Those
on
scary
doors.
guys wearing black, guys? I'm so sorry.
Yes.
She does not think before she speaks.
Yes, we see those scary fellows in black outfits walking around knocking on doors.
Okay, well, like, I want you to go and, like, you guys know all of the, like, secrets, right? All of the places where they might not, like, have a door, but there's still people living there, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's all the city streets. There's a lot of individuals in the alleys and stuff. Why?
Well, I have a very important job for you. I need you to tell them that the sky is falling and they need to find a place to go. And, Pumpkin, come here. She's got a piece of the sky that fell, so this is 100% legit. You
I
need to
do.
do this.
Also point out that that
McSherry did give an ace. It just took a
and
very
an
long
ace.
time. All right, Coral,
not
if you
too
want to
bad.
use that ace, you can use it to reroll.
That was
Oh my God!
I'm so smart.
Yay!
All right, so I'm going to
Finally.
give you two choices. You're going to have some information either way, but the first choice is going to be you're going to stumble across something that'll help Luzin regain himself, at least temporarily. Or you are going to know of a fairy tale that might be real.
But I'll get some information either way. Like
Yeah.
if I attempt to force a redemption arc on my buddy here,
Yep,
I'd still get some information.
true.
Mm,
Fairy
mm,
tale. Fairy tale.
but like, fine.
No, I already
Fairy
came here
tale.
to be a sad, angry boy.
That's
I'm
fair.
gonna take that
Come
away
here to
from
be an
him.
angry boy.
Fairy tale it is.
Mm.
Fine.
Only because you wanted to be angry.
All right. So, fairy tale. So everybody's walking around doing all this conversing and whatnot. Coral's been kind of swept out of her element for a while. And when Gardy had stated that we need some sort of angel or something, the only thing that came to mind was these stories you keep reading, little newspaper clippings, details from individuals on the street, because you're kind of one of those individuals that likes to hear about strange and unusual and interesting things. I don't know what happened.
It was
She-
too strange and
She
unusual.
decided it was
and
too strange and
interesting.
left. She's like, I'm
She
done.
disappeared
Oh,
into fairy tale land.
Whoa.
I suppose. Wow, look at me.
Oh.
I'm
Whoa,
a
you look
monster.
not
I'm
okay.
a horrifying monster right now.
I love that chat got to see they got to see our memes for a little bit.
For
there.
just
They
a minute.
did. A little-
I like
For a
how-
very quick split second.
I like how you're so shiny that you just become the background.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna fix this real quick
Mm-hmm.
and hope she
Oh,
comes
I mean,
back.
everyone, you have succeeded in your task. I am the floating head that is now Lot Evenstar.
I wonder what happened to their
She,
internet.
it did that, you know, her
I'm
internet does
happy
that
now.
thing that'll kick her off, you know?
Shannon has always wanted to be you, Ty, and now she gets to live
Now
her
she's
dream.
in that spot, huh?
Ooh.
I think she's always wanted to be me. I'm pretty sure she's always wanted to be herself, but you know.
No, not always.
Not always.
If I could be Batman.
Right.
All right, I
For
think she's
sure.
almost back. Good. There we go. I don't have
Or
to fix
Captain Catherine
anything
Anyway. That's
at
who
all.
I
And
would-
you know what? I just
Mm.
break everything. Here we go. It's all broken.
There she is.
But there's none of us.
You're muted.
There we go. We're back.
Hello.
All right, what did you hear last? Why do we-
I like to read newspaper clippings, and that's
Right.
all I got.
And you listen to some of the rumors and stuff that come around places. You like to live in this fantasy land. And you know, some of it may or may not be fantasy. You've heard about individuals who had spoken to little gods, little beings, and things that would live in their sock drawer that would sometimes give them gifts and that still, you know, existed. You know, some people call them eternal, some people call them otherwise. You have heard of someone who has been, or something that has been going through Megara and pretty much fulfilling people's wishes. Individuals who need money sometimes have it suddenly, and individuals who are under threat from their landlords and things like that suddenly don't have the risk of being kicked out. And some individuals who are suffering from the attacks of individuals of others in the street that are getting thugs that are ganging up on them and hurting them have suddenly dropped in the streets and stopped the fighting. And it's all thanks to something that people are
That's
referring to as the
bad.
Angel. The Angel of Megara.
Would I know where to find the angel? Have I heard anything of where this angel is? It in a sock drawer, as other people
No.
have found the places?
This is not a sock drawer one. The angel is rumored to be wherever you need them, and oftentimes, kind of is heard of or rumored to be around like the midsection of the town, usually in the upper levels. It seems that they sometimes must travel to the upper shell and back for reasons unknown.
We should go get Luzin from the church, and then make a very vague plea to just a general angel situation up in the middle of town.
Okay.
There's actually angels.
I've read
No, I
about
believe
them,
you.
but like not necessarily like 100% true. Like I knew a guy whose uncle said that he met her.
Cool.
All right. So
Sweet.
Coral, Pumpkin, and Aaron start moving back towards the church. In the distance, they hear screams. They hear roars. They see blood up ahead just spray out of an alleyway and splash across the wall.
Is
And-
that normal
No.
for a church?
Coming around the corner, we see a beast, knives all stuck into his sides, kind of heaving, blood like dripping from its face. The rags on its body torn, Luzen's clothing. You see the church doors have been ripped asunder and torn down. This creature, whatever it is standing in front of a group of individuals harassing, terrorizing them, and with a rageful and angry look in his eyes. Luzen, all you see is pain. All you see are prey. And everywhere you look, there's just more of them around. And the more that you see, the more angry you seem to be getting. You have 4 figures in front of you. 2 of them are brandishing things that might be weaponry. What do you do?
You take out the biggest threats first. So those who might have weapons, I just fall upon them.
You launch into the first one that you can see. Give me a roll.
Ooh, now I'm rolling great.
Boom! Your claws come in. You guys see this beast immediately rip forward, and its clawed fist just comes up through this individual's chest, just tearing out his spine and his heart as he's standing there in the streets and starts to collapse towards the ground. How do the 3 of you react?
To death.
No. No. Aaron runs forward and stands in front of the other ones.
You stand in front of the other individuals.
Yeah. They're
Coral.
just townspeople, right? Are
They are, yes. They're most of them are looks like homeless.
Whoa.
I don't know if you ate losing or you are losing or we're losing, but you need to stop.
Coral, how do you react?
I would like to use Lantern and create fake bad guys to get Luzin to attack not real things instead of real people.
All right, suddenly lighting changes, becomes slightly dimmer in this area, and shadows rise up near Luzin, larger forms. Give me an aware
Make
roll,
them look
Luzin.
scary.
Pumpkin, what are you doing right now?
So, for what ails you,
Mm-hmm.
it's like I can. I don't know. What is the difference between the skilled user and the mastered user? I'm just
Those are things that you get from level ups for the light version.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Well, fine.
You don't currently have those because you have to use your abilities enough times. To
Can
start
we
getting-
use chaos in this?
Yes, you can.
For what ails you, can I roll chaos to try to fix this ailment?
Certainly. So you'll spend 2 overloads,
Madness.
which I think at this point you haven't used any since.
I haven't used any.
You used 1 for what ails you earlier.
Oh yeah.
So you go up 1, 2. You're at your limit. Actually, you've gone over
Ow.
your limit. So energy burns through you, and we see Pumpkin's casing start to crack a little bit and spark. Give me a magical roll and get higher than a natural 5.
Does it have to be a magical roll, or do I get to use for what ails you roll?
You can use for what ails you roll. Yeah. that's
Okay,
fine.
good, because that's a 4 versus a -4, and I think that the +4 is probably better.
Okay.
I'm scared. Ah,
Whew.
it's like a
Eight's not great.
16.
So, Lucian, you see
Isn't
a
it
shadow.
supposed to have a +4 to that though?
Yes, so it'd be a 12. The shadow, you don't recognize it as a shadow. You just see a threat, a large beast in the way. And you spin and you start thrashing through it with your claws. And as you're tearing at this, Pumpkin is moving closer. And as you come up towards them, and Aaron is standing in the way, and Coral's raising one hand, causing these shadows to dance around, and Lucian is thrashing through them back and forth. Someone standing next to Pumpkin behind Aaron just moves forward. Oh, no, don't. He's not right. He's not okay right now. He needs help. Help him, please. Help him, somebody.
Yeah, I could tell.
I mean, Pumpkin's walking up to Lucen with it was the first time with the hand and the face, so just walking up
As you walk up in that direction, the individual moves over to you and goes, "Yes, you can help him. You can help him, Robot. Here. I found his gift. I found his birthday gift. Here, take." And he puts a little tiny doll in your hand as you go and move up towards him. You put your hands there, and as you have a bit of energy flowing through you, little sparks smash into Lucen. Give me a agile roll, Pumpkin. Lucen, give me a tough roll. All right.
19.
Lucen, your tough roll was to see how well you were able to regain yourself. And Pumpkin, yours was to make sure you got to him before his claws got to you.
we did good.
As you get in close and you're holding this little thing, a little spark.
But it's the best.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, poor Barty's internet. This has been a night of internet issues. You're back to us. That's good. You had a beautiful pose.
It was perfect.
So as you're standing there and you move your hands up, you grab a hold of him, a spark goes across him, and Lucen, your eyes clear for a second. And you see Pumpkin standing there telling you to calm down. And she's holding your brother's favorite toy. You see your friend in the alley off to the side, tears in his eyes. Come back to us, Lucen. No more.
I think seeing Gregor, he runs at him, but he's a massive hulking beast, so it just looks
Yes.
really terrifying. But he stops as he just looks Gregor in the eye, and he just says,
We can't hear you. Your voice
Yeah.
isn't being picked up.
it's like,
I can't come back. There's nothing good left.
I don't believe that, Lucen. I think we can all do some good. You just have to find your purpose.
and the beast is just breathing heavily, and looks at the three of them, and says,
The man in the robes said that the sky will fall. What can be done?
Give me a brains roll, everybody.
"You're muted."
Holy crap,
Let's go,
Pumpkin!
Pumpkin!
With the nat 20. Pumpkin,
Go Pumpkin.
do you realize a way that you will get more time to resolve this issue right now? Or do you have an epiphany about where this angel might be? You'll either have less time, but you'll be able to find someone a little bit easier, which in its own way is some extra time. Or you'll be able to figure out a way to give yourselves more time to keep the sky from collapsing.
Option one.
Okay, okay. So in the one case, if it's the angel person, okay, so we're like children or whatever, and I'm not sure that even if we get more time, we're gonna be able to figure out how to solve the thing. So maybe less time, and the idea of someone who might actually be able to help us, we should go get mom, is
Finding
basically.
an adult, your adult kind
Yeah.
of a situation.
Go get
Yeah.
mom.
Okay, we could totally maybe put some more stuff on the fire and try to keep it down, or we should get mom.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get mom.
So
In this scenario, have we lit something on fire?
I mean,
Yeah,
we
we kind of did.
didn't do it though. It was already like that when we got there.
So Pumpkin, all the listening you do, all the time you've sat inside of your little pod. We see that moment of Pumpkin just kind of sitting there, like scrawling something out, kind of humming or whatnot, and hearing individuals in the distance, echoes of people in the city crying out against someone who's fighting them. Screams of, where is she? Where are they? All kinds of things like that. And then through listening to individuals talk about these little messages, these little details, your brain goes, piece it together, triangulation-wise. There is a old abandoned stone mill in the center of town that you believe that she could be located at. And you believe that it is a person, not a magical being, because everybody that has been seeking after her are individuals that seem to be being targeted to try to find someone named Aurora.
Mm-hmm. I think I know where maybe we could find this angel person who is a person.
Put it out. Yeah,
Well,
go.
I don't know. He just kind of gave me a cryptic answer in the name of Aurora, but I don't know. Where are we going? Oh, the stone house. Stone
This
place.
old stone quarry. Yeah, stone
There's an
mill.
old stone quarry nearby where she may be living or has a phone. I don't know. That's just where people are finding her.
So you have a rough idea of exact. Well, you basically know where to go to where she should be at.
Hopefully
if
they
she's
will. I
resting
didn't
there
get
right
out very much, but
You can see people starting to like flee from the city streets. It's getting a bit chaotic at the moment. You're gonna have to find your way through it.
Big am I?
Luzin, you're quite large. In this form, you're about 9 feet tall. Give me an aware roll for you. Aaron, you as well. Coral, you and Pumpkin, give me agile rolls as you try to weave through the crowd. You're a little too small, so.
Oh no!
Losing gets a
Oh
7.
no!
you have 16.
Coral!
Coral starts getting pulled underfoot a little bit. Pumpkin, you still need to make your agile roll. Aaron, no. Okay, so Pumpkin and Coral.
Here is my plan. Coral, you get carried by Lucian, and then I'll get on Aaron, and then we'll go.
So Luzin, as you're standing there and you are seeing everybody kind of start streaming away from everything, the ground sways, and it threatens to buckle and break at a moment's notice. The groaning of the plant up above you, of some of these structures that are kind of supported and pulled up by this pillar, by some of the larger buildings in the area, starts to become louder. Wounded, like a beast, nearly alive is what it seems like. It's a living organism, the city itself waving and undulating. You worry that one false step at this point could be a problem, as you're seeing cracks starting to appear up that pillar and rise into the ceiling. From where you're at, you can see exposed metal. You can see some of the bracings that are inside of it. You either need to go very fast, or someone might need to try to hold that together.
I can hold it together.
Luzin's the only one that's seen it currently.
Assuming I get the information, I suppose.
I think for Luzin, he's not very confident that he has much time. So I think speed is the name of the game. So
Mhm.
he's going to grab the 3 of them and just like guttural roar to scare the ever-loving bejesus out of everything in front of him, to run through them, over them, past them, to get where they need to go.
Okay.
You're pulling a Fezzik. Everybody move! Like in The Princess Bride.
Give me a strong roll, Luzin, and add an extra +2 on top of it. And we'll see. All right, so 9, 10,
12?
11, 12, 13. It would be a 13 total.
13.
13's not great, but it's enough to push most average individuals out of the way. You kind of pull them all up. The only one you can't carry at the same time is Aaron.
Mhm.
So Aaron, you're like running by their side. Pumpkin and Coral lifted up on Luzin's shoulders. He just starts sprinting as quickly as possible. And as you rush to the center of town and the crowds are thronging around, you start hearing shouting noises. And you see in the distance peacekeepers ringed around the edge of the city. They're starting to tell everyone to back up, to go inside. And then you see gunshots start happening.
Like,
you just hear the beast just like,
They're not going to let anyone out.
I hate this. Coral, where is? Where do we go? Which building?
The pumpkin knew. I don't know.
It's the stone quarry.
You see it in the distance, just a few blocks over, and it's just an old kind of wavering, looks like a warehouse building stacked on top of a large stone outcropping that has had sections of it carved out that became a little bit too small over time, so they left it there, almost like a tower that's decrepit and shaped like an upside-down triangle. As you get to it, you see old ladders and whatnot, and metal structures that kind of hold it in place, and you all begin climbing up it. As you get closer to the top, you see an individual standing there, kind of staring out over the city, concerned.
Arrow?
You failed this city. You see this individual there. And if you would, Kiara, what do you say to a bunch of children and a were creature that just come breaking into where you've been hiding, looking out over the chaos of the city?
I'm going to pretend that this is a hallucination and there are not children climbing into my tower as the world is falling apart.
and a massive wolf.
Ah,
That one does not surprise me as much.
we were hoping maybe you could save the world.
Oh, the city.
Never
Mm.
you
Mm.
order from some very small children.
I am a robot, but I appreciate that anyway. Never mind. Of course, human child.
So, Kiara, you've watched some of this happening for a while, and the only option they have is to use. You've got some alchemist glue, some very powerful compound you had been planning on using for an operation on the second plate. But the damage is so significant.
Peacekeepers together and watch them run around.
There
I
you go.
assume that's what
there's
Kiara was going to do.
something along those. Anyways, you happen to have enough of this supply in your bag that maybe it could make a difference, but maybe it couldn't. And having a few children, they'd have to go all the way up to that plant. They'd have to, you could try to assist them, but you're in the middle of an operation right now that involves the love of your life, and it is a time-sensitive situation. To suddenly have the world falling apart around you makes it difficult.
I mean, how do you know Aurora's not on the either part of the city that's gonna fall and die? It's an unknown.
Because she's been chasing after signals for this individual for such a long time, she's aware of where she's at right now.
Is. Which one of you is the most responsible one that I can give this clue to?
Probably Coral.
Probably. Although Aaron has glue experience in.
I don't know. Do you know how many times?
A resume
we've
of previous
together?
glue experience is always good.
Now, you wouldn't recommend these children go up and do that. They should give it to the authorities, or they should just get the hell out of town.
But I probably don't trust the authorities for
That's
this
true.
situation. I would sooner trust 2 children, a robot, and a were-being.
It's true. So, who do you give
have
the
a
glue to?
responsible adult to be able to help you do this?
Not really.
None of them believed us.
Yes.
That's about right.
Oh.
Yes.
If we go back to the Black Shell Casino, they could help us.
I don't think Back is going to have enough time to fix this shit before it falls.
You see a large crack appear in the ceiling, and you see a section of the plate begin to fall.
So then all we need to do is glue the original beam?
Pumpkin,
That
with
is-
your knowledge already, if you can get that support column to be pulled back into position and solidified, it will prevent any further damage from occurring at this point in time.
I think I will take the glue. I am technically not a child, and we will go and fix it.
Must be fast.
Kiara will hand the robot some glue.
All right. You have a small satchel that's full of alchemist glue. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Put it in my chest.
And now you know that you must be off as well, because Destiny calls. And while this is a potentially catastrophic event, you're in the middle of dealing with a much larger catastrophic event, which encompasses all of creation, Kiara.
Oh, fun. Safe. Cool. Definitely not concerning. Please do not die. If you do die, do not tell anyone I was the one who sent you to your deaths. Thank you very much. I'm off.
How would we tell someone who?
I don't know. I've seen people do more crazy shit in my life, so if you just die and you are able to communicate with people, just don't tell them it was me.
She
I
like
don't even
tips
know
her
your name.
hat towards you and then leaps off the side of this building, and then you see like a little grapple, and she goes
Oh,
and
hell
swings.
yeah!
Is that Clay's hat?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh.
Aww.
We see all of the children and the robot and the monster standing on this quarry,
Reductionist.
and you see like dust and debris raining down. You can see a whole fight has occurred with cartel members opening fire on peacekeepers and noble housemen also joining in the fray. Between here and the water plant is a whole lot of ground to cover. You don't know how much time you have left. How do you
Let's
wish
not
to
cover the
attempt this?
ground. Let's cover the roofs.
Oh.
Are all of you good at jumping across rooftops?
I'll carry Pumpkin.
Aaron moves over and
Abby
grabs a hold of Pumpkin
I
and just
am a
lifts.
turtle with a shell, which is rather heavy.
If you can hold on, I can take you.
I can try.
All right, Luzin and Aaron, give me either a strong or an agile roll as you sprint and leap from the sides of this building and start running across the rooftops.
Woofers.
Luzin gets a 9, Aaron gets a 12.
Well, technically an 11 because I have +2.
All right, well, you do have a +2, yes. So you get an 11, you get a 12. With an 11, I'm going to say that you have a choice of being slowed down or taking damage.
I'll take damage.
All right, so mark a wound, and as you're like sprinting, you kind of fall halfway on one of these ledges, and then your knee gets jammed into a metal rod. You like pull back out of it and pull yourself back up on the roof. Coral, you almost fall off, and you're hanging onto him. Luzin gets up. You see blood just like splatter onto the rooftop as he turns and keeps running. Aaron,
Hey,
you
buddy.
are going to need to make another agile roll for both of you, or strong roll, either one of your choice, as you are now on the second leg, as you're getting closer to the facility, and you start running into a few more difficult to peruse rooftops.
Oops.
Oops.
Can
There
I
is
argue
a
courage?
9 and a 4. I would give courage an option in this one, because you are sprinting across a dangerous area towards a potential catastrophe. Lucian, you are going to be injured again,
That's better.
or you're going to slow down. Your choice.
I'll take another injury.
Does
right.
Luzin have a virtue? I don't think it's
I
been
have-
argued yet.
Justice. That it's
So-
hard to argue it in this moment.
So as you're sprinting again this time, Lucian falls with Coral on his back and starts heading down towards the ground like 15 feet below. He goes into a parkour roll, but then has to twist to protect Coral before he stands up again. And then part of this rimmed metal ridging on the houses like clips his side, and you hear it, and there's a tear. There's some blood left behind, and there's fur all over the side of that. And he then gets up and continues sprinting again. Aaron expertly just leaps across the distance, one rooftop to another, but you are keeping pace, Luzin, at this point in time. You have one final roll to make it to the facility. Both of you give me a strong or agile.
Marquise, if you want to roll garbage, that'd be cool.
Luzin rolls a 5. Aaron continues bursting forward. Aaron, you leap the final distance and hit the edge of the platform where the processing plant is at, nearby where it broke free before, and you kind of wobble for a second. This Pumpkin kind of arms dangling over this cliff edge, like you just pulled him back in, and the two of you end up standing on this stairwell. Luzin,
Whoa.
do you take damage or do you slow down?
I'll take another damage.
Another wound happens. Illusion, running this time, leaps across the distance trying to get to you, and as he slams into the wall nearby, the daggers in his side get jammed in further and then end up cracking a rib.
Could I possibly try and mitigate this damage by becoming a shell backpack on the half shell and just taking that brunt of that damage on my shell?
You give me an agile roll to see if you can twist and protect from some of this damage. That is 12.
I mean, you
Okay.
can roll better than I can, apparently.
At the moment, is the
You
same
twist
case.
and become crushed in between him and the wall. Instead of causing knife damage, your shell does take a hit, but is still working. So there's a clack, and suddenly Coral crawls up your front, protecting you from the damage you would have received from being stabbed by the daggers.
lovely.
You climb up the stairwell, and you begin rushing up towards the roof. As you arrive on the platform above, I will bring up a map.
I just want
You also
everyone to know
got a
that
couple-
Lucian is having one of those super awesome Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle like soft backpacks, the ones that look like the shell. That's exactly what's happened.
Coral, you got a +1 to your next roll from last coffee bean.
Hell yeah, thank you.
Hi, nice coffee bean.
Luzen, you're out of breath. As well as Aaron, you are also out of breath after the end of this run. I'm going to say that means that you are going to lose one turn. I need all of you to roll initiative to see what happens, who goes next. The crack you're looking for in the platform is up here where the arrow is pointing. But in your way are a couple of soldiers who have been placed here to make sure whatever happens, happens.
What a bunch of dicks.
They're wielding firearms. They're full-grown adults.
We're
They
children.
they could be very lethal to you in this moment. Luzen
But
gets a 16.
I am just a robot who is working on my job.
Aaron gets a 3. Coral gets a 7. Pumpkin gets a 14. And the first one to go in this case is going to be Luzen. You are up first. But you lost your first turn due to exhaustion. As you pull up to here, you're breathing heavy, everything hurts. So we move to Pumpkin. Pumpkin, you're up first. You see 3 Peacekeeper soldiers. You don't know why they're here. You're wondering what's so important that they would throw away their lives to protect this thing.
Have they seen us?
They have seen you come up. Obviously, Lucian's huge, and Aaron's rather tall as well. As you get closer, you see them reach down, and they immediately draw their weapons. They point them at you. You hear one of them shout out as you're getting closer, "That's enough now! Back up! Go downstairs! Go back to your homes! Don't come any further."
I am a robot. My charging station is here.
Give me a charming roll to convince these individuals that all you are doing after being carried here by the orc and walking forward is just trying to get to your charging port.
They're children. I'm a robot. They're sad if I get unplugged and lose power, and then their fun is done.
I'm just trying to charge, bro.
Right? We need a charger. Okay, what am I rolling?
Roll
I'm on
charming.
5%.
My robot companion's on red.
Yeah. Ah.
5. So you start getting closer.
But temperance, though, if you are controlling myself, I am making myself into, like I'm a robot right now.
Self-control. I will give it to you. I will give you that as self-control. Trying to hold yourself to a persona is self-control for sure. Whew, 14. Nice. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, why is it -1? Oh, because I have a wound.
Yep. It looks like they seem to be not paying much attention to you right now. So you start walking in their direction, and they're like moving aside. They're like, get out of the way, automaton. Move over. Get out of the way.
Gotta get to charging station.
Coral,
Battery low.
your
Battery low.
turn.
I just really like this idea as soon as Pumpkin passes them, just skitters. Like,
Totally. Like if they're not looking anymore, it's like hauling balls. Like,
I have a question just related to the map and the map only.
Mhm.
There seems to be a large pipe that is going across the gap to the north of everything. Is that a pipe one could skitter across?
Absolutely. It's big enough to potentially do
Speaking
that.
of
But
skittering.
you do know that you've worked here before and nothing here is that sturdy,
That's
so
fair,
there is that.
that's Fair. I don't know what I would like to do. I mean, I'm just gonna try and use lantern again, and I'm gonna create shadow people behind them.
How are you going to get their attention from behind if they can't see them?
Easy. Oh my gosh, why are there people behind you? But I gotta move forward first.
Alright, so you're going to move up and do that.
Yeah.
Alright, so you move closer, and then you're like waving your hand, and then you're like, why are there people behind you?
Like, I'm gonna use the hand motion to be like, oh my gosh, there are people behind you, and like in the oh my gosh, there's the
Give me a charming roll. Let's see if you can convince them to turn around.
Use the Italian hand. Oh my gosh, there are people
yeah.
behind you.
Excellent job. With an 8, you don't think anybody's falling for it. They're like, child, go home now.
I'm just saying there's people behind you, and they look pretty scary.
So you have shadows that are like waving and dancing behind them, but nothing's happening.
Pretty much.
Weapon flailing, arm flaming.
Aren, you have lost your turn at the moment, but these individuals do look like they are now starting to approach, and one of them like cocks back the hammer on his revolver, and the other one loads a rifle up. They're like, last chance. Do either one of you look like you're prepared to leave?
Would you really shoot a girl?
Our orders are to keep everybody away. It has to be like this.
Why though?
Did you say that as a robot? Because right now you're pretending to be a robot.
I did. It's not my turn.
That's Shannon.
Luzin, breathing really heavy, just kind of looks at the three of them and is just like,
You will die for nothing.
Oh no. We're going to die for our families. You see them raise their rifles up.
They will die too if this collapses.
They don't live here, buddy.
Do you think the damage will stay down here?
We're willing to take that chance. Nobility's got us set.
I have a
Balls.
question.
What?
Fucking lie.
What the fuck?
Thank
That's
you.
language.
Thank you, Coral.
So,
You can literally
the first
pause
one.
for just a second.
So the first one raises that rifle and fires off a shot at Luzin.
Mm-hmm.
The opponent
Makes
gets
sense.
a 14 to hit you. Bang! And you are shot. And you are shot in the right hip.
Question:
Yes.
which one shot?
This one right here. And that's gonna be for 4 lethal damage. 4 damage.
So could I retcon that slightly and use on Fate's Edge and punch the dude? Or yeah, because I'd have to do it instantly. But punch the guy in the back of like the leg.
The knee.
The soldier?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me an on Fate's Edge roll.
Like,
Let's see what
just-
happens. Odds or evens? Which one is heads for you?
Heads.
Which one is heads? Odds or evens?
Heads.
No, there is no heads on a D4.
Heads. Even.
All right, evens or
Unless it's
heads. Go ahead and give us
then
the
we'll
roll.
go with that.
Give us the roll. Even is a
What
heads.
am I even rolling? The damage roll?
Yep.
Mm.
Even. You got a critical success on punching into his leg. Do you A, knock him off the edge entirely, or knock down 2 individuals and cause them to temporarily lose the grip on their weapons?
Can I knock down the 2 individuals temporarily losing their grip on their weapons and then go back to what I was doing without them figuring
No,
out
they
what
will.
happened?
They will know that you are the problem now.
I'll go with the the one where they're two of them are disarmed.
All right, so you knock
And
down
one has a severely broken leg.
that guy and that guy. Both hit the ground, and you will now roll for damage from your punch.
Small
Huh.
punch. I thought if you get a critical success on a hit, you get max damage.
That's not part of this game ever.
No?
No, just roll the
No.
dice.
I don't know what it is. This is damn. I already rolled. What am I rolling?
Damage
Oh, my
dice of your punch.
My punch. My fist weapon. Bam.
Boom! All right, that is
Mhm.
2 wounds. The target, you hit him in the leg so hard, there's a crunch noise and a pop as you break his knee, and he just like falls to the ground. The gunshot goes wide this time. It doesn't hit Luzin, and it goes up into the air. Luzin, it is now your turn, as you were just saved from a couple of gunshots from your robot friend.
Thank God. Because 4 would have killed me.
I got you.
Can I even make it to them?
You should be able to. What's your movement?
My move is 6.
It's plus
No.
2 in that form, so you
Oh.
actually have 8. So you can make it all
Okay.
the way to there.
Yeah. So I will leave the one who was damaged for one of the others. And I will take the one who still is standing
Okay.
with his weapon. Attack that one.
Give me your attack roll.
Oh boy, here we go.
Ooh, nice hit. Give me a
Yay!
damage roll.
About time, y'all.
Well, your
That's
dice
right.
were really
Oh!
considered.
That is an instant kill or a maiming. Which would you prefer, a kill or a maiming?
They tried to kill children. Kill these fuckers.
All right, so you just slash in, and that guy's head just comes off and bounces off the platform, and then his body falls into the void down into the city below.
Would it be the one at the very bottom? Because those two.
Oh,
should
I
be on
thought
the
you said
ground.
the one that was standing upright still. The other two have both fallen down.
Oh, sorry. I had the wrong idea of who fell. Yeah. So that one. That's good.
All right, so you got rid of that one. The other two were both on the ground because they're laying sideways. And that means it's Pumpkin's turn again. Jig is up. They're both aware you're working with these individuals, and they're trying to reach for their weapons, but they're scared currently.
Well, and they are like, Luzin is on there,
Yep.
right? So I'm gonna try to run away towards the pillar.
All right, so you run towards the pillar as quickly as you can. I'm assuming moving both movement actions.
Yeah.
All right, whoops, there we go. So you just start sprinting in that direction, and one of the soldiers on the ground like turns and goes, "No, I can't!" And you see him like reach onto his belt and pull out a copper pot grenade and launch it through the air towards Pumpkin.
Can I do anything on a reaction?
What do you wish to attempt?
I would like to throw myself upon him and the grenade.
There is an action called Take the Hit with Reflexive that allows you to jump in the way of an attack if you're within range of it. In this case, you jump on top of the grenade on top of these two individuals at the same time.
Pretty much.
So
Oh, no.
as he hits the ground, you see Luzin turn over and look at Coral and Arid and Pumpkin. Luzin, what are your last words?
I think looking at those two just says,
I'm sorry. Please tell Gregor that I was good for once.
And then there's a
No.
bang! Part of the bridge shatters, and Luzin is just blasted by this, as well as the soldiers. There is now a section that you can't cross right here that blows out and falls into the void down below. Pumpkin is on the other side with Coral and Aaron here.
Run, Pumpkin, run.
The blast causes the walls to shake and causes the crack to start widening.
No.
Aaron, Coral, we are out of our combat initiative. What are the two of you doing from that side where you can see Pumpkin by herself running as part of the water processing facility starts cracking and breaking as well. You see the bolts start shaking and coming out of their mooring where they're situated. The whole water processing plant might fall.
I assume we need probably more than just Pumpkin on that side to fix things.
Who knows?
I'm gonna give Aaron my stick and instruct her to like run and try and like pole vault herself across the gap in the ground to get over there because she's stronger than I am.
Are you gonna take the pipe?
I'm gonna try, but we know how shoddy everything is here.
Yeah, good luck.
Knuckle bump. All right, Aaron, you grab a hold of the stick. You see little Pumpkin just ding, 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 running towards the pillar. What do you do now, Aaron?
I do what Coral told me to do, because Coral is the smart one.
You rush forward. You take that pole. You slam it into the ground and try to use it to launch yourself upward. You've seen things like this on Rula before. You've done them before. Give me a roll and make it higher than a 14 to succeed. This would be a strong roll.
So terrible.
Nope.
No!
Bye, Aaron.
That's not.
Aaron runs forward.
That cannot happen. That is like the stupidest thing. I refuse to allow it. Like that's.
Aaron, you have
Just
you have
for a couple
any reroll options available? Do you still have your virtue?
I used my virtue on the roofs.
Okay.
We
So
have the option of vamping for approximately 35 minutes.
Well, okay.
So-
What are your abilities, Aaron?
I have Haymaker Strike and Just a Flesh Wound.
Mhm.
Not really helpful here.
Technically, if it's just a flesh wound when you fall, you could just say no. I didn't take any damage. Isn't that one? Is
Yeah,
that
Yeah.
that one allows you to completely ignore the injury that is caused by one
Yeah.
hit. So we can have Aaron fall and not die. But you won't be up here anymore. Alternatively, someone can try to assist you in some way if they can think of something. Chaos is still
What
an
if I-
option.
What if I give a large push?
With you, it's too late for you to push by hand. You would have to do something. So if you want to try chaos, you could try to use your magic in a way that's physical rather than just visual.
I was gonna say I'd like to use lantern and have my shadows have some kind of corporeal form to assist.
Okay. I will give you some unique options on this depending on what happens. This will be roll magical, get higher than a 10 to avoid all chaos.
Ah!
17. Nice. Coral, that has put you at 2 over.
I already added my.
You already did. Okay.
Yeah, I added it. Don't give me wounds.
All right. So as you stand there, you like raise your hands and you focus real heavy. We see like all the light in the room just suck into Coral, and the shadows become solid. Aaron, you're falling, and then suddenly hands lift you up. They seem to be Coral's hands, but you can't really see them. And as you are launched over the gap and placed gently on the other side, you turn back and see Coral is just like shaking.
I am turtly enough for the Turtle Club.
Oh, Coral! That was awesome!
Can you go do the thing? There was a lot of things that had to happen, and I would like to not die afterwards.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I got you, okay. Zoom.
Aaron, you rush over after Pumpkin, who has run over to the section of the pillar that's there.
I just have to interrupt for 2 seconds to say the line that Coral is a hero in a half shell. Turtle power.
Absolutely. So 2 of you at the edge, you can see this crack just rising and rising and rising. You know that you need to get up high enough to reach it, but that's going to require jumping off of the platform you're currently on. The section that you had broken before has fallen down to the city below, and now there is a 15-foot gap over a 40-foot drop. You'll need to make it to the other side, and then climb while placing all of this stuff to seal it up.
I think I need that. I think I need that toss now.
Yeah, I was thinking, my legs are not doing so great after those roofs. But I still
Aaron.
got arms.
Aaron, give us a strong roll. Get higher than a natural 14 to launch Pumpkin over, or not
I'm gonna,
natural,
like,
not a natural 14, higher than a
make
14.
Make sure that like I'm in like javelin position,
Nope.
like
That
for
is an
easy
11.
throwing.
You're gonna be a little bit shy. Pumpkin,
Can
is there
I-
something you wish to do to help this along?
I don't have like
Turns out Pumpkin had telescoping arms all along.
I was gonna say, or jetpacks in my feet, or I mean, really, like I'm a maintenance robot, right? Like I should have some sort of grippy technology.
Extendo hands, just like for 5 feet deep.
I kind of cannoned earlier that I do
Doesn't
not have
those.
Oh,
I screwed myself.
In Pumpkin's little thing is actually one of those extendy grabby hands. You know, the ones, the red hand, the T-Rex, the T-Rex grabby hands.
Or could there be like a grappling hook or some sort of something?
Why don't you make chaos as a roll then? Give us a tough
Throw
chaos
on my
roll.
tum tum.
A tough chaos roll.
A tough chaos roll.
I would also like to say there's an inherent flaw in the fact there is no power of friendship mechanic in this very specific one shot.
Right. I would also like to say that Last Cafe Bean earlier did do an overload reduction, but I wasn't sure how to utilize that.
You would just click the -1 next to your overload.
It was just -1. I wasn't sure if
Yeah.
it was okay. So then I get okay. So take 2 more.
Yep.
Ow! Why is it 2? Oh.
So you
ow.
take 2, you're over 2, you take 2 damage. So
Right,
you're
right,
launching
right.
yourself in that direction, but Pumpkin is starting to have like steam and burning bits, and the smell of ozone following her around. Give me that roll, Pumpkin.
What was it?
Tough roll.
Oh no, but
This is
Pumpkin.
way too loud. Why is that so loud?
ah!
That is a 6. Losing. You have 3 aces you could grant to people after death, if you wish to use
Hey.
one for
I have
Pumpkin.
one of those.
yeah,
Can I have-
absolutely. You
Thanks.
can.
Thank
You can
very
have
Already
much.
just
cheeseburger.
No.
I so appreciate it. Oh, so
That is a
much.
13. With that tiny success, Aaron, you launch and you see Pumpkin start like going down a little bit far, and then suddenly a little grabs onto the edge of the stone and slams into it. And then Pumpkin just pulls herself back up.
Oh.
All right, Pumpkin, you now need to make your own strong roll to climb as you apply this alchemist glue.
Ah, it's so hard to do with the
Coral,
negatives.
As you get closer, there's a shuddering sensation as part of the station starts to slip.
What?
You notice Aaron standing there and look over at you as the entire outpost just starts falling away from the wall.
I want to toss her a cable.
Throw her a cable? Who?
Yeah, there's got to be a cable or something.
Are you
We are
showing
very
Pumpkin
far
or
apart.
Coral a cable?
Coral. So that-
Aren't
Alright.
you the one in danger right now?
Yes, Coral's on a stairwell that's attached to
I'm
the
fine.
pillar
Yeah,
going
Aaron,
down.
you're in danger.
The
You're
the water
You're
the
in
water
danger.
plant is starting to break free.
So you need to come to me.
Save
Or go-
yourself.
Okay.
Or go to to Pumpkin. That's it.
So
You can't go home, but you gotta get the hell out of here.
you could throw Coral a rope and have hope that she can hold your weight as you use it to go back. So what are you doing, Aaron, as you look over? Coral, you shout out to your friend.
I don't think this building is feeling very good, Mr. Stark.
That's not my name, but cool. Does it? I need to know if Pumpkin needs help.
You don't know yet.
I
Okay.
don't know yet.
Okay, well, Aaron is going to say, "Good luck, Coral," and then attempt to the jump.
You're gonna jump to Pumpkin?
Yeah,
All right.
because
Give
that's the
me
brave and dumb thing to do.
a strong roll.
Wait, no, that's the wrong way.
And she
Do
turns,
it!
runs, and leaps across the distance, and then arms spiraling for a second. One hand just clamps into the crack right next to where Pumpkin is, as suddenly Aaron is there next to you.
I never gave you your breakfast sandwich.
It's true, you did it.
I'm so
She does-
sorry, it's still in my locker. It's probably not very good anymore.
Coral,
have the protein.
Got it.
as you look down from where you're at, Coral, you can see that if this water facility breaks free, some of it's still attached to the piping. Some of that'll still be fine, but it's likely to cause a deluge to the city down below. If you
Fix it.
can only figure out some way to stop it from collapsing.
Not from here.
You might have to dip into chaos.
Dip, dip, dippity dip.
You already
Guess I-
solidified the shadows once.
Yeah, I guess I can use lantern again.
Yeah, use your
Just take some damage.
use your
I'll call
shadow
my
paralysis
friends.
jutsu.
Yeah. Alright, I'll call my friends again.
All right,
My light friends.
give me a magical roll.
How many am I
She's got
taking over 11?
friends on the other side.
Two chaos, 3 chaos.
This would be
Yes.
3 technically, so go ahead and give me your roll.
Please. No.
Whew.
Hmm.
Did
Alright.
you use your
Hey,
virtue?
I did, but Barty does have some aces. I believe he's going to
Barty
give me
does
one.
have aces. All right,
Alright, let's go. Better.
nat 20.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Okay,
can't
so I'll
roll, but I can
describe
make
what
other people
happens
roll.
with Coral in just a moment. So Aren and Pumpkin, the two of you are on the wall. Pumpkin is now applying this gel. Give me a brains roll to apply it appropriately. Aren, give me a strong roll as you continue to lift Pumpkin up the wall as the two of you work on this. 12 and an
We're
11.
averaging.
Aren, you're going to start slipping. Are you okay with that right now? That will mean another roll of a different kind, unless Lucian wants to provide one more ace.
I want to hold on to it because that one wasn't
Slipping
too bad.
dramatically
Alright.
will be fine.
So you start climbing. Pumpkin, you apply this gel, and suddenly Aren just goes out from underneath of you a little bit, grabbing onto some of the metal bits, the reinforcing rebar inside the wall. So right now Aren's in danger, but has not fallen. Do you wish to stop supplying the goop and help Aren, or continue putting this stuff into the cracks?
Keep going.
I run an analysis assessment, and the analysis is that even though Aren is worth 10,000 normal people to Pumpkin, that probably more people than that are going to die, and therefore they continue to goop.
Okay. Give me a brains roll as you go up to the next section
Where
and
my
continue.
first fist bump me.
Aren, give me an agile roll to avoid falling. You need to get higher than a 12. Ooh, you got it with a 14. She barely is able to just crawl her way back up and pushes on your foot, Pumpkin, so you can get up the next step. You're in the final spot. Give me your last roll. Strong for Aren. And
Aren, you get a +1 to this
brains
roll too.
for Pumpkin. There is a +1.
No!
Aren.
It's a
Aren
7.
with the 7.
Oh, Hold on.
Pumpkin, give me your brains.
Pumpkin, roll your brains because I got to see who I got to give this to.
Whew! And
Here you
Pumpkin
go.
succeeds.
Last ace goes
Aren.
to Aren.
Give us your last roll. 14.
15, technically.
15. Okay. You climb up the last distance. Aren slips a couple of times, pulls back up against this. And as you seal the last section, and it starts to solidify very quickly.
Also using the piece that is in my chest.
The little
in
chunk.
The original.
You put the last piece back in the slot after filling it in with the
Punches
scoop.
it.
And Aren punches it into place. And then there's a
I had to punch something!
There's a solidification that occurs as this substance sinks in and immediately becomes hard as stone itself. The shaking stops. And as Pumpkin and Aren are sitting there, kind of like holding onto this wall that starts to become slippery, the two of them fall together. Arms kind of spiraling over their back. We turn and we see Coral standing there, the little robes kind of floating in the air, her hands raising up. The shadows were not enough, because the tiny cracks that have appeared have shown sunlight to be streaming in from the sky. We see down below, in the entire city, many people screaming and running, soldiers and whatnot kind of staring up as this crack appears in the rooftop, and light spreads down into the Undercity for the first time in ages. Everybody kind of stops and stares and sees children above them on this scaffolding, throwing their entire lives at risk. To save everybody else's lives, the panicky, the individuals who believe that it is too late, believe that it is something that can't be achieved, that it is impossible. And as you are all standing there, this light radiates down and starts pulling up with powerful energy, and Coral, arms outstretched, beams of light radiating around, shadows just absorbed and pulled out of the area, brings the platform back into place. Catching Pumpkin and Aaron and floating them over. And for a briefest moment, you see the body of Lucian, free of his scars and his burns, with his little brother there beside them, helping to push things into place before they fade into sparkles.
You're gonna make me cry.
Fleeing from Megara was never a desirable outcome. You had lived there all of your life, as had many within the Undercity. And the callousness with which the powerful and privileged sacrifice lives over money and status is, while not painfully expected, still horrifying. After the shell had had these minor collapses, it was found that only 2% of the population in the region was injured, very less killed, and that is thanks to the efforts of the party. Many will live to replace or repair the lives appended in the collapse. Many folk decided to take that moment to travel beyond Albion, to go back into the rest of the universe. Others attempted to work their way into positions where this would not happen again. The individuals that were in the positions of power and authority were ousted over time, revealed to have this horrific plot, and those nobility that were still good people eventually caused them to be stripped of rank and tossed aside. And all of the peacekeepers in the area were fired. They've been sacked. The Black Shell, for some ungodly reason, became the new lawmakers in the city of Megara. And with that, we have come to a close. Pumpkin, we see Pumpkin flying free on an airship above the open stars, above the waves in the ocean. We see Coral and Aren continuing to work, and Aren standing before a cell where her aunt is. They hold hands, and with the reparations caused, a fat wad of cash comes out of Aren's pocket and trades hands as Avara is released from jail. Coral and her parents go on a brilliant vacation, and the light and darkness plays that she puts on cause an immeasurable amount of joy to everyone that watches them. Lucian and his brother are buried together. Well, what is left of them. They get their own gravestones. And there is a foundation named after them that takes care of the homeless and the needy. And that is the end of today's events. Thank you very much for watching When the Sky Fell. Hopefully you've enjoyed yourselves. We'll go around the table and we'll give out our farewells to everyone, where we can seize us and or whatever. I'm tired. And all that kind of normal jazz. So first, but not, I don't know. Yes, you're first. You're first, but last. In this case, it's Barty. You're up first. You were last before. It's your turn now.
Hey everybody, I'm Barty Time, your internet ex-boyfriend. But I try not. I'm really, really trying not to die in these games. But every time I play, I'm just like, well, death has to come for us eventually. Might as well be today. It happened with Bright Eye. It happened with Captain Sarge, and it happened now. So
You love it. Whatever.
I'm just
Bright Eye's not dead.
It's the drama.
He's not dead, but boy, did he get close so
He
many
did.
times.
He did get
How
very
He
far
living with his
overload?
boyfriend.
He
He
tried
is.
really hard.
But I'm just saying, like, the overload damage to him back in those days, I remember those days.
Yeah.
When I created a black hole and nearly killed myself. I love playing these one-shots. I think they're so much fun and so emotional, and you do a very good job, Ty. I'm very, very happy and proud of you. So thank you for letting me be here. You can find me on projects that are upcoming that I can't really talk about just yet, but one day I will be able to. And yeah, so that's me. Happy
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. And we'll move on from there to Nora.
Hey, I'm Nora, aka Zidane, aka Cosmic __Crush. I'm gonna draw that out a little bit more. Maybe I'll add another underscore. My favorite moment. Is that what we're doing, or we just?
If you want to,
phrase
that's
it
fine.
on
Not, but I
We were
think you
saying
should do
like,
it anyway.
yeah, go for it.
Ty's great, and I'm interested to see where ANS Light goes. And thank you for letting me play with you awesome people. The dice were just real committed to Luzen's sad boy arc.
They truly were.
If I hadn't died, we wouldn't have gotten all 3 of those aces that ended up securing
Yeah.
the win for the rest of us.
That is so true. And we have your shiny, sparkly ghost to thank.
You know, the path was true. If Lucian made it to there, it was gonna help make sure all of you, made it through. Anyway, moving over to Anna. Anna, your turn.
Hi, I'm Anna, also known as Sanctum Cosplays. You can catch me here on Thursdays where I play Birch. She's a plant. I had fun bringing back Kiara. It sucked because I knew she was coming, and the whole time was like, fuck, how do I do her accent again? How do I talk like Kiara again? So that was a fun, like, constantly. I was like, hold on. Okay, no, I think I got it. And you probably, if you rewind the tape, can see me muted, but talking to myself, it's me talking to myself in Kiara's voice because I couldn't remember what it was. A favorite moment was Pumpkin. That was it. Just Pumpkin.
All of Pumpkin.
Just everything Pumpkin. Honestly, when Pumpkin couldn't talk
Wires
right,
crossed, Pumpkin.
yeah, that was possibly, I think, peak role-playing was Pumpkin with the wires crossed. Other than Thursdays, you can also soon to find me on new things that I cannot discuss with Barty. So we have new things that are coming eventually, and by eventually I mean probably several months down the line because we are in like pre-production. So yeah, eventually we'll be able to talk about it, but not now.
Well, awesome. We'll move on from there to Shannon.
Hi, I'm Shannon, Glitzy Gamer, and you can find me here on Thursdays playing also in Wraith. And I am Star, definitely not Nova McCree. Things are going crazy there, actually. So, yeah, Alice McCree, a beloved favorite, is currently on the floor with her guts spilling out, like literally spilling her guts, like literally spilling of guts. So, check that out to see if I'm very, very upset next week. Yeah, no, I loved playing Pumpkin. I can't, I would love to take credit for Pumpkin, but Pumpkin was kind of as written anyway, was a fabulous character. So, but I kind of want to play Pumpkin forever, and I think that I'm going to channel Pumpkin as my spirit energy when I need, like a little bit of bravery and having a bad time, just gonna hold the image of little Pumpkin there. But yeah, that was super fun. I love all of you guys. That was a super awesome game. Could it have been better? I don't think so.
Wormheart is so cool. I love this mechanic so much.
Yes. This is officially, I have played every single one of your one shots now that this is.
You have absolutely played every one of them.
That's right.
Yes, thank you very much for being here with me tonight and playing this game. You are all amazing people, and I heart and adore all of you, and I really enjoy getting to do this all the time. It really brings me that little thing about life that you just kind of always want to have, but it's sometimes out of reach a little bit here and there.
Purpose?
I mean, not necessarily purpose. It's not purpose necessarily. It's more. It's more joy. It's more joy, rather than the stagnation of work. So thank you very much for being here for that. Thank you, audience. You are all amazing as well. Thanks for sticking around and watching us and joining in and giving us aces and cheering individuals on and enjoying the moments that we all have together. So, with that much being said, and with the fact that it's super late and it's been a very, very long day, I'm just gonna say goodbye, and thank you for watching. And we're out!
Hear my to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning